Welcome back to the Gentleman's Gazette and our series on bespoke shoes, where we show you how a custom pair of shoes is handmade by one shoemaker from start to finish. Part 1 is all about taking measurements of the foot, so the final result will be something that is comfortable and looks the part. Why spend thousands of dollars on a pair of bespoke shoes when you can also get a high-end pair of men's shoes from a factory? First of all, you get a custom fit that is unrivaled. Secondly, you can choose the exact details and styling that you would likely not get in a factory shoe. Last but not least, you invest in longevity because a bespoke shoe can be resoled over and over again, thus bringing the cost per wear down considerably. Choosing to commission a pair of bespoke shoes can be a daunting idea. Even though you might know a lot about ready-to-wear shoes, the process of buying bespoke shoes is entirely different. It's definitely a what you see is what you get experience, and instead you have to imagine what the final pair will look like at the beginning of the process based on a shared vision of you and your shoemaker. So we decided to bring you along on my bespoke journey with me, showing you how a handmade shoe is made from start to finish. So you may wonder, what's so special about this? Other people have already done that. And yes, while it's true there's quite a few videos around bespoke shoemaking out there, we believe that oftentimes there are gaps, for example, in the upper making, and often those are outsourced and so it's not shown in the video. Now, we work with a shoemaker who does every step from start to finish. Last making, upper making, sewing, welting, heel building, everything. On top of that, we filmed over 100 hours of footage with 3 cameras, so we can get you nice details and a very comprehensive coverage. Of course, we don't want to bore you, so we edited it all down into a format that we hope you enjoy. In today's episode 1 of the Bespoke Shoe series, we'll look at the very first step, which is taking the measurements of the feet. Episode 2 will be about bespeaking or designing the shoes, and all the other videos in the series can be found in our playlist. But first, let's talk about the shoemaker behind this commission, Amara Hark Weber from St. Paul, Minnesota. Amara is not just a fabulous shoemaker, but also an artist and an educator. And I consider myself really lucky to have someone like her in my backyard, because it's anything but normal to have a bespoke shoemaker close by in the US. Amara began making shoes while completing her MFA at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. She continued her shoemaking journey by studying Western bootmaking with D.W. Frommer. She learned how to make fine, hand-sewn men's shoes from Janne Melkersson in Sweden and the Hungarian master Marcell Mrsan. Amara also makes women's shoes and learned the art of high heel making from Chris Francis. She was also the recipient of the Rare Craft Fellowship in 2017 from the American Craft Council. Amara stands out because she makes every single part of her shoes herself in her St. Paul workshop, and that includes last making. Everything is completely designed and built from scratch for the individual client, and you can truly see that level of individuality in the range of her work. In addition to making shoes, she also teaches others on how to make them, either in one-on-one classes or in school courses. It's also important to note that Amara is not an orthopedic shoemaker, and just like many bespoke shoemakers, she doesn't have the medical background. But she definitely takes into consideration sensitivities that you have with your foot, or sees things with someone who has a very good understanding of feet in general. So you may wonder, why do measurements matter if I know my shoe size and my shoes off the rack fit me perfectly? Well, chances are you've probably never felt the bespoke fit of a shoe before, because at the end of the day, we're all humans and no 2 feet are 100% identical. You may think they're the same size, but if you look closer, they're definitely not. Also, a standard size from one manufacturer will be very different than a standard size from another, and sometimes even within the same company, different lasts have vastly different sizes. Makes me wonder why it's even called a standard size to begin with. Also, I found that many men, especially with wider feet, tend to wear shoes that are too big for them, meaning too long. They want something that's comfortable in the width, therefore they end up with a shoe that is much longer than what is ideally best for them, so the arch support is moved and everything else isn't just quite right for them. On the other hand, many women choose shoes that are too small for their feet. So the big question is, why do we all choose shoes that don't fit us? First of all, we just select from what's available. And secondly, we choose the size based on the perspective we have from above. Now, a shoemaker can look at the foot and get the size exactly right so you walk comfortably for the rest of your life. Now, that's all fine and dandy, you might think, but wouldn't a modern 3D scanner beat any measurements you take? Maybe they would, but they're costly. I remember a few years back when higher-end department stores or haberdashers started having these 3D measurement tools for suits, but meanwhile, they've all vanished. And all the bespoke shoemakers I've ever visited never had any 3D measuring tools. Probably because the old school way works well. So what does getting measured exactly look like? Basically, there are 5 steps. Step number 1 is the sitting for a fitting. And it's called like that because you actually have to sit and not stand. The first thing that's very important, but most people don't even think about when getting measured, is the time of day when the measurement takes place. So why would the time matter? Well, actually, the time itself doesn't matter so much, but the volume of your foot does. And throughout the course of the day, it changes. Lots of things can impact the volume or size of your feet. It can be things that you eat in the day before, or what you've done before. Let's say you sit on your office chair during a very hot day. In the afternoon, your feet are going to be a lot more swollen and bigger than in the morning when you get right out of bed. The same is true when you sit on a long plane ride. So be careful not to take off your bespoke shoes mid-flight because they may not fit you at the end of it anymore. This aspect is particularly relevant if you don't live close to your shoemaker and you can't just go there in the morning right after you come out of bed, but if you have to travel to get there. Keeping that in mind, Amara Hark Weber wanted to measure my feet earlier in the morning, definitely before noon, and that's what we did. Now, different shoemakers will have different techniques and measure different things in different ways, but this is how Amara does it. First, the client gets to sit down on a chair and is supposed to sit upright. The hips, knees, and ankles should be at a 90-degree angle. All this ensures that you get the most accurate measurements of your foot. If a customer already has a pair of bespoke shoes, maybe from a different maker, the shoemaker may want to look at them or not. Amara typically does, but she's more interested in areas that show a certain amount of wear. She's not relying on the shoe to create her own. The measurements should help to create not just a reflection of your foot, but also an abstraction of it. Because of that, it is important that you wear the right pair of socks. I had a pair of dress shoes made, so I wore a pair of dress socks from Fort Belvedere. I could have also worn a pair of tennis socks, but the result would have been different in the measurements, and it just would not be good. Ideally, you always want to wear the type of socks that you will wear with a finished shoe or boot. In step 2, we still don't measure, but it's time to trace. A standard manila folder is placed under the first foot. Ideally, the foot is right at the edge of the folder's crease, which helps not to shift during the measurement or tracing process. Amara traces the foot twice with a pencil, first at a 90-degree angle and then at a 45-degree angle. Why is that? Wouldn't just one trace be enough? Well, people have very different type of feet. Some have fleshy feet, others have bony feet, others have slim or narrow feet. And by using the 2 types of traces at different angles, these peculiarities are better reflected. Amara's way to do things is a combination of methods she learned from her 3 teachers. And every shoemaker will probably have their own take on it. At the end of the day, the proof is in the pudding, and what matters is the result of the final shoe. In step 3, we finally get a measure of things. The heel is kept on the paper while the toes and the ball of the foot are raised. A tape measure goes underneath the foot, looking for the widest part of the foot at the joints. Some bespoke makers measure from the pinky toe to the joint. Amara likes to measure from joint to joint. She does this so the knuckles of the toes have enough room to move and flex in the final shoe. Amara prefers to take measurements in centimeters rather than inches. Why? Well, metric is a lot easier to work with when it comes to tiny measurements. I mean, can you imagine what that would look like? A little change would maybe be 3/64 of an inch or 7/128 of an inch. Crazy. Interestingly, units of measurement are not required to measure your feet. For example, D.W. Frommer taught Amara how to do it without any numbers at all. He would simply employ strips of tape to measure the length of something. I can see the merit to that because you're never tempted to round up or round down. You just take the exact measurement of the length as it is and then cut it or mark it. The next measurement is a repeat of the previous one, but at the ball of the foot. None of these measurements are taken too tightly. And as Amara says it, she likes to fit what's there. The high spot around the arch is what's measured next. This is when Amara likes to understand if there's typically some sensitivity or discomfort when the shoe is laced. Luckily, I only ever feel discomfort or sensitivity if I tighten my shoes too much, and over the course of a day, when I take off the shoes, I can definitely feel it. At this stage of the measuring process, I also mentioned to Amara that typically I have issues with my very slim heels, especially on shoes like loafers or Chelsea boots that don't have any lacing system to keep the shoe on my heel. Next up is what Amara likes to call the magic spot. And no, it's not that magic spot. Instead, it's where the leg meets the foot, which is an important measurement for boots. And even though I may not want boots, she takes the measurement regardless in case I change my mind later on. On a pair of bespoke boots, this measurement will help you to keep the boots on your feet at all times. Then the ankle bone height is measured from the floor up. Again, it's a boot measurement, but it never hurts to have it in the first place. For the same reason, Amara likes to record the circumference at the ankle as well. The short heel comes next, which is the measurement from around the back of the heel to the magic spot. Then comes the long heel, which is the same style of measurement, but taken closer to the instep. Now it's time to raise the foot and take more measurements. Now all the measurements that were just taken have to be retaken with the foot raised. I sat there with one leg crossed over the other. Why measure again? Well, by being in a different position, it shows how the measurements at the same spots changes in different scenarios. Remember, your foot is a natural thing. That means it's asymmetrical and it's also not a fixed size, but a varying size. Once the first foot is measured, standing and raised, it's time to repeat the procedure for the other foot. Finally, comparing the measurements of both feet can be very interesting. I always knew that my right foot felt a little bigger than my left foot. But now I had specifics. For example, my right foot had a slightly less prominent bone on my instep. In step 4, we're searching for sensitivities. Something a lot of people don't realize is that your left foot and your right foot can have very different sensitivities. And no, I'm not talking about you being a whiner, but about just natural things and the way they feel to you. For example, for the longest time, Amara used to believe that her right foot was larger than her left foot. She thought that because she could always feel the leather against her toes with her right foot. But when comparing the measurements, she actually realized that her right foot was in fact smaller than her left foot. It's simply that her right foot is more sensitive to touch and feel than her left one, and that's why it felt bigger to her. So if you can, you might want to review the measurements with your shoemaker to discuss any abnormalities or issues you have with your feet. Let's say you get a lot of blisters, for example. Well, now is the time to raise that concern and point out where that's happening. For example, in my ready-to-wear shoes, I had noticed that sometimes if there's a cap toe and I walk in them all day, I get the blisters on the top of my toes on my right foot. Talking about all these details ensures that the final product won't have these issues. At least, ideally so. Now in step 5, we use a pedograph. Generally, there are devices that you can buy, but they're rather pricey. And so Amara's partner, who's very handy, just built one for her, which I thought was very cool. Not only do they make the shoes, but they also build the tools. Impressive. First, an old-school roller is used to distribute ink evenly on the inside of the pad. Now, a piece of paper is applied on top of it, and then you stand on it. Amara uses a chopstick to trace or outline your foot, and that works quite well. Although other makers may use a different tool than a chopstick with a pedograph, Amara really likes it because it has the same benefit of a pencil in that she can recognize everything that she needs to see, but it doesn't destroy or break the mesh layer of the pedograph. I guess we've all experienced stinky feet before, but no one wants inky feet either. Your foot is measured in the pedograph when you stand on it with your full weight. It's important that it doesn't happen when you sit because your foot spreads and shapes differently as you stand and apply weight. This is the function of the ink in the pedograph because the darker spots show the shoemaker how your shape shifts as you apply weight and move a little bit. It will also show any protrusions or calluses at the bottom of your feet. Once the pedograph has been used on each foot, that concludes the measurements. Again, different shoemakers may have different measurements. Maybe they want to figure out the exact height of your toe ball area so they can get it really close to your foot. And different makers just have different ways of doing things. If you're interested in even more detail and you want to see the full measurement process, become a patron and you can see this very special full video. Otherwise, episode 2 is all about bespeaking or designing the pair of bespoke shoes. Welcome back to the Gentleman's Gazette and our second installment of my bespoke shoe journey with St. Paul, Minnesota shoemaker Amara Hark Weber. This video is all about putting the bespeak into bespoke. And bespeaking basically means discussing the shoe that you finally end up with. You'll be able to follow the entire process along the way. I'll provide food for thought, and we talk about things like the last, the broguing, the leather, and all the details such as the heel pitch that goes into a custom pair of shoes. Apart from the name, why is bespeaking a pair of shoes important? Basically, it's the opportunity for you to dream out loud about your perfect shoe. Since you're building a pair of shoes from the ground up, the sky is the limit. You can be inspired by an existing pair of shoes, a design that you want to improve, start from scratch, or combine the best of many worlds in one. Conversely, your shoemaker will help you guide along the way. They'll talk about different costs of different details, where something is feasible, where they think they can do it, or if they're uncomfortable working in that way. Basically, you're telling the shoemaker what you would like, and they reply to you with what is feasible in the real world. Based on the conversation you're having, they may even suggest certain features to you, or if you say, well, I like this, and they will say, have you thought about this? And pull something out of their drawers or show you some past work they've done, because if you're, for example, interested in certain types of broguing, they can show you what they've done, and that really helps you to learn something that you may not have otherwise known. While most shoemakers will be perfectly fine with starting the bespeaking process in person, we believe the real bespeaking process starts long before the first conversation. Why? Well, think about it this way. The more research you do beforehand, the more things you can point out that you like and dislike, the easier, more fluid, and quicker the entire bespeaking process will be. I found researching on Instagram was much more fruitful than going to bespoke shoemakers' websites. By using hashtags like bespoke shoes, alligator shoes, or fiddleback waist, you also find shoemakers that you don't know about, but they are really good at tagging their stuff, so you come up with lots of interesting visual material. Be creative with your hashtags. You can search for leathers, the heel, the waist, the stitching, the brogues, whatever it is that you like. Once you find a shoemaker, you can also go to their archive and start albums with all the ideas and features that you like and dislike. To keep myself organized, I saved the pictures and created albums, so I had all the things that I wanted in a shoe and that I did not want. Of course, you're not just limited to pictures. If you have videos or actual shoes that you want to bring in person, please do so. Personally, I wanted a bespoke look, aka something unique that I couldn't get from a factory shoe. If for some reason you can't find the things you're searching for on Instagram, maybe a Google image search will yield the results, or maybe going to eBay As you start out, you may not know what type of shoe you want. Is it a loafer? Is it an Oxford, a Derby, or a boot? And it's okay not to know that, but if you do, of course, you can narrow down your research. That being said, don't be afraid to change your mind. Maybe you want a Chelsea boot when you start out, but then you realize what you really need is an Oxford. If your shoemaker is tech savvy like Amara is, consider creating a shared folder on Dropbox or Google Drive so you can share ideas, you can have a repository, because sometimes the best ideas don't come to you when you're focused in a session, but at home when you're sitting on a toilet. With Amara, I had her cell phone number, I knew her Instagram handle, and had her email address, so we communicated in 3 different ways. As Amara noted, people use different words for the same thing and the same words for different things. I also found that showing a picture is much easier than trying to explain it. Frankly, there's so many decisions to make and details to consider that I found it really helpful to have a space where I could put down my thoughts at different points in time. I also shared all these notes and photos with Amara before I visited her for the first time, because that way she could prepare for the meeting and maybe she saw something that I really liked and she could pull out from her archives. Also, the shoemaker gets a better understanding of how much or how little you know about the process, and they can fill in the gaps. When you meet the shoemaker in order to bespeak your shoes, I find it valuable to have time and not to feel rushed. I also know that I'm a very detail-oriented person, so I budgeted at least 2 hours. Of course, we also filmed, which takes more time, but I think it would be terrible to cut this process short. I also think it's important that you're comfortable and at ease. I found Amara's store very welcoming. I found her as a person really charming, and I think we just had a good vibe and we connected. Because of that, I felt like I could really express myself, I could ask all the questions I wanted, and share all the things that popped into my head. I think if you don't like the shoemaker, or if the vibe is off and the communication doesn't work, I can see how the whole process is a lot more cumbersome and unpleasant. And maybe at this stage you realize this is not the person you want to work with. And that's okay. Most shoemakers want an idea of what they want to talk about so they don't forget about anything. We started first talking about lasts. Every good shoemaker I've ever met is proud to show you their lasts. And typically, if you don't see any lasts at a shoemaker, I would think twice if I would want to work with them. Why? Well, if you're not practicing making bespoke shoes, chances are the final result is not great. Larger bespoke operations will have entire rooms and shelves full of bespoke lasts. Amara had all of hers hanging from her shop ceiling, so it was easy to look at them and go through them. It's good to have in mind what it is that you want. Do you want something sleek, something more Parisian, or something more in a Budapest or Hungarian style with a double sole? Do you want a more substantive shoe? Do you want a boot that is really hard wearing, or do you want something that is supremely elegant? As you share your vision of the shoe, the shoemaker can point you in the right direction and say, oh, have you seen this? Do you like this? How about that? Of course, at this point, they've also investigated your feet thoroughly. So maybe you have these big feet with a gigantic hammer toe. In that case, that super tight chisel is probably not going to be in your future. A good shoemaker will let you know about that and will say, well, if you want that style with your feet, be ready for some discomfort, or I suggest you go with this because of that. Don't just tell what you want, but listen with an open mind to what they have to say.
I think for your foot shape too, your toes, you have a very straight toes. So exactly. I think that this might be a little bit, this would have to come down, or maybe the toe would have to come out a little.
They have so much experience, they've done this so many times, and there's value in that experience. For example, Amara showed me what she called her magic base last.
So I have copies of it here. And I call it a magical last because it fits so many people so well. It actually would fit you really lovely.
She said it fit many people and it could be altered to accommodate various styles and widths. She also had that last in 2 different blank version sizes, so she could literally make a shoe last for any type of foot. By looking at the actual last, you will get a basic idea of the general feel and look of the final shoe. Of course, some shoemakers don't use base lasts and they carve something from a solid piece of wood, but they'll always be able to show you finished lasts. When going through the last, consider the toe style. Is it round, almond-shaped, chiseled, or something else? Take the lasts in your hand, look at the left and right shoe, turn them around, look at the curves, and compare them between different lasts. See what you like and don't like. Once you and your shoemaker have found a last that you like, you can discuss more practical issues. For example, how much can it be altered to fit me for my intended purpose? Do you know if you like your shoes super tight, or do you like them to be more roomy? And how does it work with that last? And your foot. For example, I found a last that was chiseled that I really liked, and Amara thought it was a good option for me because it could be rounded and widened as was needed for my foot.
It's a Swiss design. It's very clean. It's got a kind of chiseled toe. But this toe is flexible enough that allows me to either make a rounded toe like this, or you can make a little bit wider for a little bit wider. I mean, it's a very versatile base.
Of course, without compromising the overall effect of the existing shoe look and base style. Always keep in mind when looking at lasts that the final shoe will look much softer and less pronounced than the last you see. Don't believe me? Just compare the last here and the shoe that was made from it. You can also take a closer look at the shoe tree, for example, and the final shoe. Not quite the same, isn't it? So if you're in love with the exact look of a last, you have to talk to the shoemaker so they can then make a last that is more extreme so you get that result that you're desiring. Of course, keep in mind that a shoe is basically the last plus several layers of leather, so if you want it slimmer, the last has to be really thin. And of course, it's not just your upper layer of leather. There's also lining and sometimes leather items in between. And all that builds up the look and makes it less extreme and pronounced. After you've settled on a last shape and maybe even a toe shape, now it's time to discuss the basics of the shoe. And yes, you can change the toe shape later on if you figure that the styles you chose would actually look better with a different style. But you'll have to start somewhere. This conversation can get very technical, so rely on the guidance of your shoemaker to explain things to you. And if you don't understand what they're saying because it's the words or maybe it just doesn't make sense to you, just speak up. Frankly, Amara and I discussed many details in the shoemaking process, down to the type of nails I wanted used, because I always thought that thinner nails looked a lot more elegant than ones with a chunky head. They're forged tacks in blue steel, in brass, or stainless steel. You can have lost head nails, or sometimes shoemakers even clip off the heads, so you just get a very tiny look. Various lusters and head shapes will both have practical and aesthetical impacts on the shoe. I was interested in thin brass nails because they typically set apart the shoe from a mass-produced one. I learned quite a bit in those conversations, so be all ears, listen to your shoemaker, and let them guide you. They know what they're doing. Heels are another important topic in bespoke shoemaking, and they actually take quite a bit of time if you build them up by hand. Most people might not even think about it, but it's not just about the heel height, but also about a specific shape, how tapered it is, and how many layers of leather you want. There's no right or wrong, it's all about your personal preference and the comfort that you seek. The same is true for the heel stack, which is the amount of leather layers in a heel. Some people consider more finer layers to be more desirable because it looks different, but it's also more labor intensive to make. This choice comes at an increased cost, so the shoemaker will be able to tell you how much more expensive it will be, or if it's all fine and you can choose whatever you want. Now, the construction of the heel itself can be different. You can dry build it or wet build it. Little touches like these of a Cuban heel and the exact angle are all details you typically will not find in a factory-made shoe, but they're the beauty of a bespoke shoe. I talked extensively with Amara about all these little details, yet we didn't really settle on the final shape of the heel until we discussed the cap toe, or better yet, the faux cap toe, which was pointed. Why? Well, eventually we took that same pattern we had on the cap toe and transferred that triangular shape into the heel. During the bespeaking process, you also want to mention any special requests. For example, someone may not like any metal in their shoes. So instead of a metal shank, you have to use a wooden shank. Instead of metal nails, you have to use wooden pegs. But the question is the shoemaker comfortable and able to work with these different materials? Or do they just rely on one thing that they know and they do really well? Ultimately, your shoemaker may or may not be able to do it, but there's no harm in asking. Having covered the basics, Amara and I went from heel to tip to make sure we don't forget anything in the bespeaking process.
Let's talk about the heel, because we started.
We'll start from the bottom and the back.
Yeah,
or from the top.
Yeah,
Let's
do that. Let's do that. Okay. But heel, yeah, like I showed with that kind of double moon. I think that looks nice.
Great.
Talk about the heel, the sole, its thickness, the kind of leather you want, the lining, maybe the colors. Maybe you want just natural, non-chromed hand leather that is aniline dyed, or whatever it is that you want for your foot. This is the time to bring it up. In my case, I knew I didn't want boots, but a shoe, but we still had to discuss the lacing system or lack thereof. It's often said that your first pair of bespoke shoes should be a black pair of cap-toe Oxfords. Now, we believe that it entirely depends on your preference and your needs. If you're an investment banker and you wear black cap-toe Oxfords, by all means, go with that. If you're an artist and you never wear black shoes, of course, that's a bad choice. In my conversation with Amara, I mentioned that I have mostly Oxfords, some derbies, and some loafers. Nevertheless, I decided to go with an Oxford shoe as my first because I felt that I would get the most use out of it. I mentioned all the curvature and details I had in mind, and Amara was able to turn around on the spot and draw it onto paper. It was really nice to see something that I had in mind come to life in their vision on paper, to an extent I could not have done myself. Always be sure to explain what you find appealing, and if you don't have the right word, use a picture. This is where your previous research really comes in handy, because sometimes it may be frustrating when you want to communicate something, but the shoemaker doesn't seem to understand. Most shoemakers will also have a base way to do things if it's not specified by the customer. For example, Amara typically does a heel that is about 1 inch tall. If your shoemaker has particular reason for doing things, they'll typically be able to explain to you why, but it's all based on their experience and how they're comfortable doing things. Trying to make them do it in an entirely different way may not yield the results you're after. If there's a contradiction between something that you want or something that you read and a shoemaker and their ability, just discuss it, bring it up. For instance, on the welt, Amara typically does 8 stitches per inch or 2.5 centimeters. I asked if she could do 12, and she said yes, she could. For the sole, I knew I wanted something slimmer that was elegant and not something that was super thick with a double sole, because I already own a lot of shoes, so wearing things out was not a concern for me.
I think this would be nice. Yeah, like looking at the model shoe here, I think this one was extremely thin.
Yeah.
This one is too thick.
That one is quite thick, and too, they have a layer of rubber on the bottom.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Of course, someone else may have a much smaller shoe closet, and so having a bespoke shoe that doesn't wear out quickly is their first and foremost concern. For the waist of the shoe, I showed Amara an example of a fiddleback waist, and she pulled up a shoe and said, "Hey, what do you think of this?" and was like, "Yes, like that."
If you're having, the shape of the waist is more slim, everything is going to just be, it's going to be a slimmer profile.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
I like that. Then I also like, like here how you kind of, and you can oftentimes, right, that's what happens is it's thinned out here and just like bent over like that and made slimmer.
Yeah.
And then and you did a nice job here. I think, here it's like you have a more pronounced fiddleback that would then, but then over here it's like rounded a bit again, it's like it goes from the round to that, back to the round. I think that's quite nice.
Of course, it gave me confidence in my choice because I knew she had already done it in the past and that there was no question that she could deliver. Also, keep the overall aesthetic in mind. Amara said that the slimmer the waist, also the slimmer the heel has to be. This type of guidance can be really helpful because you may think you want all these details combined in a shoe, but as the shoemaker envisions the shoe in their head, they can tell you this is actually at odds and typically it doesn't go well together. We also discussed toe spring because I mentioned that my shoes typically wear out first at the tip. Now, currently it's popular to put in irons at the front of the shoe with screws, but at home we have really nice parquetry floors, and so I didn't want to damage that with metal. Therefore we decided to go with a bit of toe spring, skip the metal plate, and so I could wear these shoes in my own home. This is a great example of how a shoemaker's expertise can prevent problems before they even start. Of course you want your shoes to be comfortable, but comfort is highly subjective. Naturally, you also want a good fit, but what feels like a good fit to you may be very different from the next customer who comes after you. I mentioned to Amara that I had relatively flat feet, and she already had seen it herself, but she could take all my feedback into consideration and make sure that she carved the insoles accordingly. She also was able to take special care of the areas that I experienced foot pain in. For instance, she would put additional padding on the tongue because that's typically where it would feel a shoe. For the lining, ask your shoemaker what they typically do. Amara, for example, uses a softer lining with a stiffer upper and a stiffer lining with a softer upper.
I mean, here it seems like you have quite a bit of a stiffer
I
liner
use a
here.
stiff. So my shoes are lined. It's 3 layers, the whole thing. So there's the heel counter in the back.
And what do you use? Is it like a thermoplastic or do you use leather?
No, I use leather.
Of course, there are also wedged hand linings and chromed hand linings and different colors that you can choose from. When choosing a color, keep in mind that your feet sweat and you wear light colored socks, that dye may come up onto your socks and ruin them. That's especially true if you have lighter colored socks, but since we make socks ourselves at Fort Belvedere, it wasn't a big concern for me. So I went with a colorful lining, or at least that was my preference. To me, choosing bolder colors is one of the big benefits of going bespoke or having something custom made for me. In line with that, I wanted a bespoke look, which included no center seam at the back of the heel uppers. Why? Well, most factory shoes have a seam there, so with a bespoke shoe, you can really go with a seamless design and look. I know most people will never notice, but I do, and everyone into that stuff will do too for sure. There's also what is known as a true hole cut, where you just take one piece of leather, cut it, and then pull it over the last without any seam. Amara was honest and said that she had never done something like that, and that she wasn't sure she could do it. At the same time, she was willing to give it a whirl, which I thought was quite good.
So I don't want to say that I can do something that I'm not sure that I can do.
Okay.
We can give it a whirl and see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
That being said, always pay attention to what they're comfortable with and what they're willing to do. There is a reason for that. For example, I showed Amara a tooling on the heel that I liked. She was concerned it might only work with particular types of leather. So instead, she suggested a unique line stitch. But I didn't like the mock-up of it, so we just dropped it.
Okay, I don't like that though. I think it looks nicer without it.
Yeah, it's cleaner without.
It's clear without it.
I was also curious as to what options I had to incorporate my initials on the shoe. Amara had lots of practical advice to share on how the final initials would look good. Keep in mind, I opted for a fiddleback waist, so having 3 initials is a lot more challenging than on a rounded waist. What did we ultimately decide on? You have to stay tuned for the final product reveal. Of course, you also want to talk about the material, which is typically leather. Some shoemakers will flat out refuse to work with anything but leather because leather has a very unique ability to stretch and adapt to the shape of a last. Others may be open to work with vegan leather or fabric, and you have to talk to them about it. Personally, I think fabric can work, especially in a Spectator, for example, but it won't last as long as leather, and vegan leather is a terrible option to begin with because it simply won't age well. Many people will tell you that black should be the first color of your bespoke shoes, but I knew that wasn't for me. Why? My wardrobe is varied, I have enough black shoes, and I just wanted something different. If you think about it, there's one shade of black, but there are hundreds or thousands shades of brown. I was also floating the idea of maybe a dark navy or something in gray with Amara.
So I think a non-black color is the way to go. Could be gray, maybe, I don't know. Like gray is also interesting in a sense, or like dark navy that you can wear with all kinds of stuff. It just has to kind of make sense. Or like the Russian reindeer could be interesting.
It's great to talk to your shoemaker about the leather because they will have first-hand experience of how it handles differences in quality and what they like and dislike about it. For example, Amara shared with me a sample of a high-quality leather from a tannery in New York that is family-owned and has been doing it for 400 years.
Yeah, vegetable tan leather from a tannery in New York. They're beautiful skins. They're used a lot for different types of things. A lot of bookbinders use this leather also.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can see it has this nice, open texture. You see everything.
Together, we also looked at shark skin, elephant skin, and ostrich, or alligator. Why? Well, again, it's a bespoke shoe. The sky's the limit. Why not at least explore what's out there? Amara thought that ostrich leather would be great for those shoes, but I felt like I didn't want to look like a Russian pimp. So instead, I opted for Russian reindeer. Now, the original Russian reindeer leather came from a ship that sank in 1786, but it's interesting if you look around the internet today and see how many people claim that their leather goods are made from that leather. It almost seems like there's an infinite amount of leather that was on that ship. Personally, I didn't even want to bother with trying to find the original stuff, and I went straight to a quality from J and FJ Baker from England that make this leather. It comes from a tannery with lots of pedigree. It is made from a very durable leather, and it has a wonderful smell. It's very smoky and very gentlemanly, and I think comes from the use of birch oil. Keep in mind that your shoemaker will always be able to source more different and more exotic leathers, but of course that will most likely increase the price. For example, choosing alligator leather over calf leather can get a bespoke shoe from $2,000 to $3,000 to over $10,000. To learn more why alligator and crocodile leathers are so expensive, check out this video. Once you've talked about all the individual details, it's time to look at them in conjunction and bringing it all together. For example, now you can talk about the finishes, the broguing, whether you want a whole cut or not. At this point, Amara started drawing a side profile of the shoe, and I just followed along. I used examples that I brought to help influence the final shape, and we settled on an Adelaide style, which is a special kind of Oxford. Of course, I didn't just want the run-of-the-mill Adelaide style, but something more special. Now, rather than drawing on a piece of paper, Amara drew directly onto a last, so we actually saw how it would look and feel on a real shoe, which I thought was pretty cool. We went back and forth for a while because Amara really wanted to nail the shape also on the heel and everywhere else we worked on. In the end, our work paid off because Amara knew exactly what I was after. If you take a closer look at broguing, you will notice that most of them are round in different diameters. Well, I wanted something different, and I had seen little squares that were rotated into a diamond shape or an actual diamond shape. Of course, she didn't have the right tools for that, but she knew what I wanted, so she could now go out, try to find the tools, then do some samples and come up with something that would satisfy my taste. If that happens, of course they'll charge you more because they have to buy special tools just for you. Eventually, once you've discussed all the details or you're simply exhausted, your first bespeaking meeting will come to an end. At this point, your shoemaker will have a very good idea of what it is that you want. They will be able to start on the last and order the leather. Now, don't be afraid. You can still make changes along the way. As long as the uppers are not actually made, you can still decide on something that you want to change. But of course, you also want to be respectful and not just make changes over and over and over again. Because we were filming the entire process, we also made an appointment to meet about the last making. Normally, the shoemaker will make the last without you being present. Depending on the shoemaker, they will make a trial shoe and will ask you to come back for that. Maybe they create a trial shoe that you can actually wear around your home, or some shoemakers operate without a trial shoe altogether. As we departed, Amara made a great observation. She said, "Nothing is final until the leather is cut." Now, if you think about it, not even that is true. Even if the leather is cut, you can still change your mind, but you'll have to pay more because that leather is now wasted or will have to be used for a different pair of shoes. Welcome back to the Gentleman's Gazette and our third installment of my bespoke shoe journey with St. Paul, Minnesota shoemaker Amara Hark. We filmed the entire process of how one shoemaker makes one pair of bespoke shoes, and you can see all the videos in our playlist. Today, you will at last see how a last is made. So first of all, what is a last? Basically, it's the thing you build a shoe around. It is modeled after the human foot, not an exact copy. For a ready-to-wear made factory shoe, typically the lasts are made out of plastic. It also comes in many different sizes, so you can just make the shoes. For a bespoke shoe, the individual measurements of your foot are taken into consideration, your stylistic choices, and a pair of lasts is created that is unique to your foot. It's important to note that the last is not a replica of your foot. Trust me, I have 5 toes on each foot, not one massive chisel. Rather, it's a model to fit and shape your shoe. So while it may be sized to a particular foot, it looks more like a shoe than a foot. Also, no human being has identically mirrored feet. Instead, they're all slightly different. Some may be longer or thicker, wider or slimmer. Even if they look the same visually, I bet you they're not. Now with the last, you have the ability to create more symmetry and maybe shape them in a way that both look more alike than your feet do. Also, if you have multiple types of bespoke shoes made, typically you have different lasts. For example, if you have an Oxford or a Derby, you can use the same last if you don't want to change the toe shape. If you want to change the toe shape, you'll make a different last. Also, let's say you want to keep the toe shape, but you want to switch from an Oxford to a loafer. You will also create a new last. With a loafer, everything has to fit a little tighter because there are no laces that keep the shoe on your foot. Likewise, if you have a pair of ankle boots or full boots, you need different lasts to make the shoe around. A quality last will ensure that you have something that fits you, that is comfortable and stands the test of time. So it's a very important step in the bespoke shoemaking process. Keep in mind that different shoemakers can make lasts in very different ways. We'll take a look at how Amara Hark Weber did her last and see what we can learn about lasts from her. First of all, you have to source the last material. Typically it's made out of wood, but what kind of wood depends on the companies you work with. A last has to be a sturdy thing. Why? Well, it'll get wet, it'll see nails, it'll get hammered on, it'll get sanded, and it just has to stand the test of time. It's very important for a last to maintain its shape, otherwise the final shoe will be compromised. I'm sure there are some bespoke shoemakers that work with something other than wood, but mostly that's what you see today. Typically, a block of wood is carved down for each client. If you have a boot tree, for example, that block needs to be separable, otherwise you wouldn't be able to get the last out of the shoe once your final boot is done. For shoes, a last can be a one-piece thing, or it can also be cut into multiple things that is then screwed together. What matters is that there are no moving parts and that the shape remains exactly the same. Most shoemakers I've encountered start with a blank last, meaning it's not a block, but it's something that resembles a final last pretty closely. From that blank last, the shoemaker then either carves down or sands down the material, or they build up with other materials such as leather, for example, or cork or epoxy. Amara uses blanks because it's much more cost efficient. She used to buy a vintage shoe last, would modify them, and then have new base lasts made based on the desired look she wanted. When I asked Amara Hark Weber about it, she said that she appreciated the romantic part of the craft of carving down a block of wood into a last, but that for her at her price point, which is comparatively low, it simply didn't make sense. And personally, I'd rather pay less for a bespoke shoe and get exactly the last I want from a base last than paying for someone to just do woodwork by hand that can be done much faster by machine. During the bespeaking process, which you can watch here, we decided on a blank last, and now it had to be modified to fit my measurements as well as my stylistic ideas. Your shoemaker should be able to explain to you the logic behind what they do and why they do it. Of course, my experience was much more in-depth because typically a customer is not around when the shoemaker makes the last. If If you're interested, you may always ask. Maybe they're open to it, maybe they're not. Who knows? In my case, I wanted narrower, more elegant lines that were more extreme on my last. I wanted a chiseled toe and a much slimmer waist. In addition to stylistic choices, the desired fit can also impact the decision on carving down or building up a last. Amara also had different base last sizes, so she could decide what she felt was best in each particular case. Initially, I shared with her that I thought what I wanted was a rather tight fit. Of course, fit is highly subjective, and she shared a story with me of two customers.
So 2 pairs that I was building at the same time, and one was a pair for someone who was a speed skater, and so he was used to his feet being really snug inside a shoe. And the other person was a classical musician, and he liked a lot of room. And so as I was building both of ththese pairs of shoes, one I kept getting smaller and smaller with the fit models, and one got larger and larger with the fit models, to the point where I was like, what? I mean, I almost felt like I was losing my mind. But at the end of the day, the measurements of the final last were very different than the measurements of their feet, because what they needed in their shoe was a different feel. And neither of them was quite what I would be able to anticipate.
Naturally, if there's no reference point, the shoemaker has to listen. If you already have an example of something that you like, it's great to bring it in, put on a shoe and say, I like this or I dislike that. I want a little more room here or there. That just gives them an understanding of where you want to go. By no means is that necessary though, and some shoemakers may even not want to do that because they don't want to be subject to undue influence. In my case, Amara thought it was better to build up the last than to shave it down. She also prefers to use leather to build up a last rather than cork because she feels it can take more of a beating and is not as flexible. That being said, she still uses cork in areas where it won't make a difference because it's easier and faster to work with. Other common materials used to build up a last blank are Bondo, which is a body filler material used in the car industry, or epoxy sculpt, which is an adhesive product that has to dry first and can then be sanded off. The good thing is they dry to a very hard durable form, but that takes time. Because of that, Amara generally avoids those, but each to his own. She decided to use the leather for the toe area because that's how she likes to work, but ultimately your shoemaker will have their way of handling things. No matter what materials a shoemaker uses, the goal is always the same: creating a last that works for your foot and looks the part. So how do you build up a last with leather? Well, first of all, the leather has to be wet. Having wet leather makes it easier to shape to the existing last. To make sure it stays on there, it's tacked into place, and while it dries, it molds itself perfectly onto that wooden surface. After the leather has dried, it has to be cut and then shaved off to be part of the last. Typically, there are 2 ways to do that. One is to use a rasp and shave it down by hand. The other is to use a machine. I'm sure your shoemaker will have their own preference. Amara prefers the machine because it is faster and always very precise for her. Specifically, Amara uses a finishing machine that has a grinder with sandpaper on it. While being a lot faster than doing it by hand, it also puts less strain on her body. Yes, shoemaking is exhausting, sometimes dangerous, and literally backbreaking. So personally, I appreciate using tools whenever possible to get a better result in a faster time while protecting the craftsman or craftswoman behind it. After all, I want Amara to have a long career so I can come back for more shoes. Of course, Amara also has a rasp and she uses it for some finishing work, but she doesn't use it exclusively. Personally, I care about the result, and I want the craftsman to be comfortable with the process and confident, because if they lack that, chances are the final result is not what I want. I would advise you never to pressure your shoemaker into doing certain things all by hand or in a way they're not comfortable with, because that's just not the recipe for a great outcome. Now, what are the next steps in the last making process? The leather that has been tacked onto that last and has dried now has to be marked in place. The tacks have to be removed. Otherwise, in a finishing machine, they would wear differently than the leather. So how does the leather stay in place? Well, it's glued. Of course, this is where all sorts of different, interesting and obscure tools come in that I've never seen. For example, to remove the tacks, you use a tack puller. Now that's a scary looking instrument, and I thought the ones at my dentist's office looked scary. Once the tacks are out, she glues the leather on with a product called Renya, which is from Germany, just like I am. It's a contact cement that glues everything, including PVC, according to the instructions in the bottle. It's stinky. Unlike me, I hope. This tight bonding rubber cement will completely affix those leather layers to the last. Like many industrial glues, it's really not a wise idea to inhale all those fumes, and so Amara's partner built her a little chamber that would suck out all those fumes, and just like that pantograph, it seems like he's really handy and can help her build customized products for her craft. Pretty cool if you ask me. To ensure a proper fit of the leather, they're carefully placed but then also hammered so no lines are disrupted that would compromise the final look of the shoe. You can see Amara is always carefully watching, measuring, looking and making sure that everything fits right to the millimeter. Now that everything is in place, it's time to start shaping the last and the leather on the finishing machine. The main job here is to get the last to a point where the fit is good. Also, we want attractive lines and toe shapes because what good is a shoe that fits well but looks ugly? After all, a bespoke shoe ideally will stay on your foot without laces, so when the laces are there, it doesn't have to be too tight and it's comfortable wearing the shoe all day. Because of that, it's not just about the individual measurements, but also about the curves and how the final shoe will hug your foot. As Amara is working on shaving down the last, she's very careful not to take off too much because fixing it would mean the entire process of last making would take quite a bit longer. For that reason, you'll see that she constantly uses her measurements, the pantograph, and her notes to see if what she's doing aligns with the foot. She can take all the sensitivities, your bones, your sensitive areas into consideration that way. Also, if you have a slim and bony foot, she may make different decisions on the last design as if you have more of a fleshy foot. Of course, the measurements provide exact dimensions, but as an artist, she also has to keep the looks in mind. Think of it like a marriage. It takes compromise. I've been married for a few years, and that's very much the case. Right, hon? The pantograph offers more precise information about the largest part in the foot, and so Amara is constantly referencing it. Why? Well, the pantograph shows how the shape of the foot changes as weight is applied to it versus if you just sit. Of course, the shoe must be comfortable when you sit and walk, or even run. The shoemaker never wants that the shoes are too short, of course, or too long, but the key is also that you have two shoes and two lasts that look the same. Honestly, every shoemaker will have a different way of applying measurements to the last, and whatever it is that they find works for them is fine. What matters is the result. As she continues to work, Amara makes it look very easy, but it requires a lot of concentration and experience and skill. Amara largely taught herself last making, so it's a mix of intuition, trial and error, and influx from other shoemakers and last makers. Of course, in between, she also has to take care of her machinery, so sometimes you'll see her using some rubber on the machine. Here you can see her going over the last with her fingers, so she uses them like eyes to see if there are any bumps and how the curves actually feels in her fingers. Speaking of tiny details, here we can see Amara working on the toe area. Remember how big and bulky that looked when it started out? With the finishing machine, Amara has curved it down to a pleasing organic curve. She neatly and seamlessly is integrating it into a last so the shape mirrors what we had discussed. Personally, I found that point really exciting because I could see the exact shape the last would take and if I liked it or not. I really appreciated being there because you can give instant feedback if, of course, the shoemaker is asking for that. Throughout the process, Amara compares the two toe shapes many, many times because as you can imagine, it's somewhat easier to get an excellent toe shape on one last but to get a matching one on the other last is a whole lot more difficult. At this point of the process, Amara had worked on the last machine for 45 minutes. In that time frame, she went back and forth numerous times between the measurements, the pedograph, and the machine. Of course, every measurement is important, otherwise she wouldn't take it, but they're all taken into consideration in different ways. Amara paid particularly attention to the joint and the shape and rise of the arch. She does that because those are some of the most important for comfort and fit. Frankly, she was double-checking, triple-checking, and it took quite a while, but she just wanted to get it 100% right. Ultimately, the more time she spends perfecting the last, the higher the likelihood that the shoe will really fit. That being said, with most shoemakers, there's always a certain percentage where the final shoe will not be satisfactory and it will have to be remade. Honestly, it's hard to believe after seeing all this attention to detail, but that's what she shared with me. Now, once the last is done, the shoe making process can start. Except some shoemakers start with a trial shoe, others work right away on the real thing. Of course, there are pros and cons to both. If you work with a trial shoe, you use typically less expensive leather. Sometimes you use a cheaper glued-on heel, and you just want to get an overall idea of how it fits in the foot. Then there's some shoemakers who basically make the trial shoe from the exact same leather as the final shoe because they want to see how it feels in the foot, and it's almost like a real shoe. Amara, on the other hand, had more of a simple trial shoe with a heel that was just put under it. It wasn't even glued on because she just wanted to see how it fit. She was also able to cut it open, see what it looks like from the inside, but it didn't at all feel like the final shoe that I finally got. Ultimately, most shoemakers will do trial shoes to prevent having to redo a shoe at the end of the process. At the same time, each shoemaker has to weigh up if they want to spend more time on a trial shoe or just accept that maybe 1 out of 10 shoes has to be remade. There's no right or wrong, and I've seen people who said they got better fitting shoes from shoemaker that didn't use trial shoes than the ones that did trial shoes. So having a trial shoe is not a guarantee to get that perfect fit. That being said, the likelihood of your first bespoke shoe being the absolute perfectly best fit is very low. It's just like with a bespoke suit. The very first product is rarely the best in terms of fit. Welcome back to the Gentleman's Gazette and our series on bespoke shoes, where we show you how a pair of shoes is made by hand from start to finish by one shoemaker. Today's episode number 4 is all about the trial shoe. We talk about how it's made, why it's made, and how different shoemakers approach this topic. If you're joining in the middle of the story, please check out our playlist so you can see the full series. So what do I mean by trial shoe? No, it's not a shoe for Perry Mason for the courtroom, but it's a rough mock-up of what the final product will look like once the last is done.
That has nothing to do with this trial.
In short, it's a practice run for the final shoe. Frankly, every shoemaker has a different process. Some make several trial shoes. Others make just one, maybe in a higher quality. And other shoemakers skip a trial shoe altogether. At the end of the day, all approaches lead to the same goals. For the customer, that means to get a perfect fit. And for the shoemaker, it means that they don't have to redo the shoe at the end of the process and that they save as much cost as they can. On that note, it's really important to understand that a trial shoe doesn't automatically guarantee a better fit. In fact, I remember talking to Bernhard Rötzl once, and he told me that his best fitting shoe came from a shoemaker who didn't do a trial shoe, and the first pair fit better than other shoes where he had multiple trial shoes done. Now, no shoemaker is perfect, and while a shoe may be a perfect fit for a customer the first time around, it may not be for the second or third customer. In today's video, you'll see how Amara Hark Weber, a bespoke shoemaker from St. Paul, makes her trial shoe and what her approach is. In fact, she used more than one pair of trial shoes for me just to make sure to get out all the kinks for the final product. All rise, or in the courtroom, let's talk about trial shoes. So first up, what exactly is a trial shoe? Despite all the best efforts and measurements, it is rare that a bespoke shoemaker can translate those measurements into the perfect last right away. Now, a trial shoe is made on the same last the final shoe will be made on, with the goal to understand imperfections, issues, especially in terms of fit. Why do shoemakers use trial shoes? Well, the earlier you find issues and correct them, the less expensive it is overall and the less effort and time it takes to fix. Every shoemaker has a different approach to trial shoes. And as Amara puts it, ask 10 shoemakers about their approaches to trial shoes and you'll get 15 answers. Some shoemakers make a nearly finished shoe that you can actually walk around in for an entire day, and then you can see where it hurts, where it's maybe really good, or what the imperfections are that need to be changed. Some shoemakers use inexpensive leathers, scrap leathers, or materials because they just care about the fit. Others swear by using the same leather that they will use for the final shoe so the customer can really experience what the final product will feel like. In any case, a trial shoe will always increase the overall cost of a shoe, but it may protect the shoemaker from having to redo the shoe again because it doesn't fit or isn't to the customer's liking at the very end of the process. Some shoemakers don't make trial shoes at all because they say, well, 90% of the time I have to redo the shoe anyways, so I'll just take my chances and save time and money with the trial shoes in the first place. After all, there are a few tweaks here and there that a shoemaker can do at the very end of the process to improve the fit. But of course, if there are major issues, it requires a full redo. Amara Hark Weber falls somewhere in the middle. She does a trial shoe, in fact, multiple trial shoes if necessary, but she uses very cheap leathers. She doesn't have a full heel block, so you can really just stand in it, wobble around and sit, but not take the shoe and walk around in it for hours on end. The leather she uses is also one single layer. She doesn't have a lining, so it's quite a bit different than the final product. She also uses a very cheap insole and no outer sole. For Amara, a trial shoe is just about fit and comfort. As she put it,
I call them fast and uglies because they're fast and they're ugly.
She doesn't want to spend extra time on making it look nice or having all those layers because it just drives up cost. Of course, as a customer, you may be horrified to see this shoe for the very first time, and you may question yourself, what have I gotten into here? Don't be worried, your shoemaker may just use it to determine that the last itself has the right shape. So, how is a trial shoe made? First of all, it starts with double checking the last. For Amara, that's exactly the first step, right? Double checking the last. I mean, just compare the original raw last and the one we have now. Clearly, you can see a difference here. Always keep in mind, the final shoe will look different because the additional layers of leather on top will soften the harder corners and edges. For example, Amara told me that in the final shoe, the ball will appear wider and the waist will seem narrower. If you're unsure of the last design, maybe the toe shape or something that you want changed, don't be afraid to speak up. Now is the perfect time to do that. This is what this whole process is for. Also, approach it with an open mind. Listen to what the shoemaker has to say, because sometimes when you add the outsole and you stitch it, and the way you finish that has a huge impact on the overall look that might look different now on this very trial shoe. As Amara puts it,
so the last is really the shape of your foot, and then the look of the shoe itself is really defined by the leathers that we use and how we choose to use them.
Of course, Amara double checks the pantograph to make sure it's fine, but ultimately she'll rely on my feedback and what I tell her and how it feels. Obviously, a tight fit, a good fit, or a loose fit are very subjective, and this trial shoe process helps Amara understand what it is that I want. Now I feel something and I can say yes or no. I can say, my little toe hurts a little bit. I want more space here. I want less space here. This is uncomfortable. The heel feels too wide, and so forth. As she put it,
I don't totally know what you want your shoe to feel like.
That's right.
And so I'm going to do my best to talk to you about that and to use my experience to fit these to your feet.
In a second step, we'll have to make a pattern for the leather from the last. Obviously, a pattern is typically 2-dimensional, the last is 3-dimensional, so there's a problem. So in order to get a 2D pattern from a 3D last, Amara uses some stiff masking tape and glues it onto the last. You can see she does this very neatly, and then she crosses over so there are multiple layers. Once the last is completely covered in masking tape, it's cut apart and flattened so you have a 2D surface and you have all the curves and forms of the last reduced to that thing you can cut out on leather. As Amara put it,
so we're making a pattern. So we're basically to make a pattern for a shoe, we work off flat patterns. And so we have to go from round, which is the shape of the shoe, to flat, which is the pattern pieces. And then those pattern pieces get combined to go round again.
Amara uses mostly one layer of tape. Other shoemakers may use more. Sometimes she may use more. Each shoemaker has their own approach. While masking the last, Amara shared that she was once at a school where they spent hours on masking the last. She does it much more quickly. Once the last is masked, Amara removes excess tape with a knife. She also notes which part of the last conforms to the right shoe so nothing gets mixed up and the final result will actually fit onto the last. She then scores along the entire length so she can separate the tape from the last. Finally, the total of 4 sections are now applied to paper. It's not a flimsy paper, but it's also not too thick. It just helps to later cut the pattern from this paper masking tape mix. And voila! That's how you convert the shape of a 3D last into a 2D pattern. Now you may notice that the pattern actually has some excess around the edges. Now that's not a coincidence or faulty, but later on the material, mostly leather, will have been nailed in at the bottom of the shoe, so you need excess in those areas. And Amara of course knows that because she's done it many times before. This excess around the edges is sometimes also called lasting allowance. The masking tape goes to the feather line, and then you have additional material for the bottom of the shoe. Step 3. Now it's time to cut the patterns from the leather. Amara typically tries to use a neutral leather for a trial shoe because it's not about the style, but all about the fit. It's also easy to work with, and of course much less expensive than the final leather I chose for the shoe. Just imagine the price increase if you would make an alligator shoe and you would use the same leather for a trial shoe. That would simply be nuts. For calf leather, maybe you can still do that, but even there it's expensive if you use the good stuff. Basically, the shoemaker takes a skin or a hide, puts the patterns on them, and then traces around them and cuts them. After they're cut, once again, Amara compares the pattern to the cutouts just to make sure everything is proper. Then the pieces are brought to a sewing machine to assemble them. And no, it's not your good old sewing machine. It's a special sewing machine that has a post in the middle that makes it easier to sew things like shoes. Because I chose an Oxford model, Amara stamped some eyelets into the leather so we can put some temporary shoelaces in there so we get the real feel. Or something close to it. Obviously, there's no tongue, for example. Now, the leather upper is ready. Step number 5, it's time to assemble the trial shoe. First, a insole is tacked onto the last from the bottom. And Amara doesn't use a high-end leather. It's a material called Texon, which is like a fiberboard insole. When you buy inexpensive shoes, typically they use that kind of an insole in the shoe. The final shoes, of course, will have high quality all leather insole. Other shoemakers may use high-end leather, low-end leather, scrap leather, pressed leather. Again, different people have different preferences. Next up, Amara places the uppers onto the last to see how it fits overall. Yes, Amara wants the laces in there, but obviously these are just here to give us the appearance. We definitely have some nicer ones in our shop. Next up, Amara sprays the uppers. Why? Because wet leather is more malleable and it retains the shape better on a last. Amara also adds talcum powder to the last so it will later be easier to take the last out of the shoe. Now that the uppers are on the last and everything is prepared, Amara uses a tool called pincers to really pull on the leather from the bottom. Sometimes they're also called cobbler's pliers, and they combine the pincer with a hammer. So the shoemaker doesn't always have to grab different tools during that process. I wonder if her tools would have made a difference in tearing apart those elements. Nah, I don't think so. See those tags Amara is using to secure the uppers to the bottom of the last? They're made from old pegging awl heads. Pegging awls are used to make the pegs for the holes in a wood. That's typically a tradition to attach an outer sole to a shoe. It's popular in Austria, Hungary, Romania, and other parts of Eastern Europe. Sometimes you'll also see those at a hand-welted shoe where the waist is reinforced with wooden pegs. Instead of using tacks, a Swedish shoemaker gave Amara these awl heads, which work really well and do the job because they're made of hardened steel. I'm sure your shoemaker may have tools that are somewhat misappropriated or items that just help their workflow. On top of that, I'm sure they'll have a few stories to share. As you can see, Amara is also hammering the uppers to smooth it out and to get it that shape of that last. Someone once asked Amara how to stop hitting your fingers when hammering. Amara only found one solution.
I was like, you just have to lose nerve endings in your fingers. That's the only way to fix it. And the way to do that is to hit it a lot of times.
Don't worry, those tags won't remain in place. They're just there to help the leather remember the shape of the last, and then eventually they're taken out and everything is glued down to that insole. So I can step inside of it and see how it fits. Of course, whenever Amara glues stuff, it goes into the fume hood so she doesn't inhale all these toxic fumes. And there's reapplying of glue in areas that have more strain, more hammering, and there's a back and forth, as you can see. It's really important that you don't have any obvious wrinkles in there. That's why you see her hammering a lot, so everything is smooth. And finally, Amara's trial shoes are done. Again, keep in mind, there's no outsole on there. Other shoemakers may glue one on. There's no real heel. Other shoemakers may do that. But there's no one recipe. But hey, Amara was right. It was a fast process, but I look really ugly.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
I'm sure you've actually seen some bespoke shoes with that center seam. I'm just glad that my final bespoke shoes won't look like that. Now it's time to put on a trial shoe and see what the fit of the last is. Amara takes notes of areas that are obviously too loose or too tight, and she actually draws onto the leather so she knows where she has to make changes on the last. Now the shoe is still in the last, and I want to actually test it so we can figure out the imperfections and where we have to improve things. In order to do that, we have to pull out the last from the shoe. After all, we have to get the last out of the way if I get to try these on. You may wonder, how do you get that last out? Unlike a shoe tree, there are no coils in there and there's no flexibility. It's also an elastic shoe tree with a, what do you call it on the door? A hinge. It's also an elastic shoe tree with a hinge. Now Amara has 2-piece and 3-piece lasts that she holds in place with a screw and assembles and disassembles. By doing that, you create less strain on the leather shoe when you pull the last out of it. When you make a riding boot, for example, you'll have a lot more parts. Because obviously, you can't just pull one big riding boot last out of the boot without destroying it. Once the last is unscrewed, she has a special tool that's like a hook with stirrups that helps her to pull that last out of the shoe. Amara compares removing the last from a shoe to opening a bottle of wine or champagne. Ideally, it should be smooth and elegant, but in reality, it's not always like that. It's not always graceful and seamless, but actually hard work. Now, your shoemaker may have different lasts. Maybe they don't use screws, so that process will differ. Once that was out, I was finally able to put my foot in and see how it really fit. Now, for me, it was an interesting experience because it felt quite soft overall. That was because the leather was soft and there was no lining. Therefore, I really had to focus where the leather touched my foot and if I liked it feeling or not. Overall, I would have preferred to have a trial shoe I could walk around, but at the end of the day, I trust the shoemaker and their process. I'm not going to tell them what to do. From the get-go, I thought the shoes were a pretty good fit, almost like they were made for me. But then I stood a little longer and I sat down and I tried to really pinpoint the issues. And of course, there were some. Ultimately, we wanted to test all points of contact. Especially shoemakers have trial shoes that very much look like a final shoe. It may be really painful to watch them cut your shoe apart, maybe in a toe box, just to see if the toes touch the sides or if everything is right in terms of the last. Sometimes they also cut open the sides where your little pinky touches the leather, or your big toe. They may cut open the heel just to see if everything is in order. Amara prefers not to cut it open. She touches the foot through the leather and talks to you to figure out where she has to make changes to the last. There was definitely some looseness in the throat area. Amara asked how my small toes felt and if I could move them if I had too much air or too little. And she just wanted to get an idea of how it felt for me. I could feel some contact, but just standing and sitting there, of course, it wasn't uncomfortable. Now, with her experience, she knows that this might become abrasive or an issue down the line, so she took note of that. I also proactively shared with her what I felt, because obviously one shoe felt different than the other, and I wanted them to feel the same. I also felt some looseness in the left heel, which I didn't want, and a ridge of leather near the big toe of my left foot. Actually, it was caused by pulling from somewhere else on the shoe. I also felt some tightness along the flank of the outer waist. Of course, I like the look of a tight waist, so I talked to Amara to see how tight of a waist we can get without it feeling constricting. She listened to me, and in the end, she made some adjustments in that area, maybe just 1 millimeter, which is really not that much. It's 1/25th of an inch. After all, small changes can make a big difference. The toe box area had a tight fit, and originally I specified I wanted that, but realistically over the course of the day, or if I'm in a hotter climate with my toes swelling, the toe box probably would have been too tight and uncomfortable. Because she felt the fit of the joint was good, she decided to make the toe box bigger. She also double-checked the overall length of the shoe and asked the customer, it can be hard to fully understand everything that goes on and what impact changes in the last will have down the line. Again, it really helps to trust your shoemaker here and just share what you feel and experience. It's important to be honest and sometimes maybe a little blunt. Don't be afraid to share issues you have because they will be there later. So if there's something that doesn't feel right, just say so and they're happy to accommodate it. You're not saying that I did a bad job. It's just part of the process, and you also have to share the things you feel or the things you wonder about or question. So in my case, there were enough changes that Amara felt a second trial shoe was in order. For the second trial shoe, I left Amara to make all the adjustments. When I returned, she had changed things on the last and made a new trial shoe that was still on the last. She told me that she brought in the heel, raised the joint, and widened the toe box. Once again, she removed the shoes with the screws, pulled the last out, and I tried them on, and immediately they felt better than the first time around. When I tried on these shoes, it was summer outside and it was really hot and humid. So my feet were swollen to different degrees at different points in time. So that's something you also have to keep in mind. In the morning, typically, your feet are less swollen than if you sit all day in a hot, humid environment. After all, your shoes should always fit you, no matter the time of day or the surrounding conditions. I still felt some pressure on the little toe, and she marked it. She also marked pressure points at my right foot, my right direction. She felt the heel curve and checked and was satisfied. While looking at the waist, I told Amara that ideally I wanted my waist tighter. She indicated that bringing the shoe near the top would also help at the bottom. We also noticed that the throat was still loose aesthetically, which wasn't very pleasing. But she told me that the final shoe would be higher than the trial shoe, so I trusted her. Of course, then it was time again for Amara to do some changes. She applied leather additions to the last. She glued leather into place. Then she applied, hammered, and glued more leather to the last. She trimmed the leather, and she finished the last on a finishing machine. So because even the second trial shoe wasn't perfect, she wanted to do a third trial shoe. But in order to save time, she reused the same uppers. The changes weren't dramatic and drastic, so the overall impact of reusing the uppers wasn't that big, and I was fine with it. Of course, the leather was re-stretched in between, re-wetted, re-watered, and leather has this ability to really remember the shape once it's wetted. It's really quite remarkable. Of course, putting in a third trial shoe was just the same as in the first and the second. Overall, the shoe was really nice now, it felt really good, and the only thing I wanted changed was a bit of looseness in the heel, but Amara told me in the final shoe it would be different and tighter. Why? Because it would have a heel counter and that would help with it. So I took her word for it. To wrap it up, the most important part of the trial shoe process is for you to understand what feels good, what doesn't feel good, what hurts, and where there's maybe too much room or too little room. The shoemaker will of course guide you with their particular questions, but they literally can't be in your shoes, so you have to proactively share what you experience and feel. Don't be afraid, they won't be offended, they really just want to get it right, because the last thing they want to do is having to remake the shoe once it's finalized. Welcome back to the Gentleman's Gazette and our series on bespoke shoes, where we show you how a handmade pair of shoes is made start to finish by the shoemaker Amara Hark Weber. Today in episode 5, we talk about how the uppers are made. And I forewarn you, it's quite a complex process. The uppers of the shoe are what you actually see, that's what covers your foot. The shape of the uppers dictate the style of the shoe. Of course, there are the details such as stitching, broguing, but most importantly, it's about the shape. At the core, you create a 2D pattern and a 2D upper that you then last on a 3D last to make a final 3-dimensional shoe. In order to create the uppers, you actually need quite a few tools. The most important ones, according to Amara, are really sharp knives. Sometimes they look like an X-Acto knife without the exchangeable blade. Amara often sharpens them on her own. Also, she doesn't just have one knife, but multiples, so she doesn't have to interrupt her work just because the knife has become a little dull. Of course, she also uses lots of awls to pierce holes. Next up, she needs a pencil for notation and a clear ruler. She also utilizes division makers or spacers just to make sure distances are kept and everything looks neat in a final product. You also see a paddle or a honing strip to keep the knives sharp. Then there are a number of plastic templates, also known as French curves, which make it easier to create a pleasing line on the patterns on the leather. Now that being said, Amara typically likes to do freehand work, so she doesn't rely on those, but I would certainly need those. If there's any type of broguing, you'll also need a hole punch, and later on, of course, you need a sewing machine, because hand sewing uppers is not something you want in your shoe. It's too irregular, it's not strong enough, and so usually it's all done by a machine, but there's actually a lot of handwork involved. I'm sure your shoemaker of choice will have a very similar toolbox, although every shoemaker has their little specialties and special tools, so I wonder what others have in their toolbox. So before you can sew the uppers together, you'll have to make a pattern, and it all starts, just like with a trial shoe, by taping off the last. Now, a good beginning makes the entire process easier, and because of that, Amara rubs the entire last in a paraffin wax, which makes it easier later to remove the tape. It also prevents the last from absorbing any fluids that may impact the shape. Because of that, Amara applies extra wax to the bottom of the sole, because that sole will be quite wet and we don't want the water to get in the wood. Amara uses 2 layers of tape, and she applies those in different directions to prevent any kind of shifting, movement or shrinkage between applying it to the last and taking it off. Once taped, Amara removes the excess tape along the feather line, because later the insole will get onto the last from underneath. Once the tape is on the last, Amara begins to sketch out lines of the patterns that the final shoe will have later on. I really like the sketching directly onto the tape on the last, because it gave you a visual idea of what the final product might look like. Now keep in mind, lasts are always more extreme than the final shoe, but still, it is much better to get a visual understanding. Some workshops may have standard patterns, especially if they have a standard black capto Oxford or maybe a full brogue, but Amara likes to create unique patterns for each customer because there's always different ideas, designs, and needs. Drawing freehand directly onto the tape also has the advantage that you can accommodate any kind of special curvature of the last and it won't look odd, but you can always adjust. Therefore, a pencil is good because you can just use the eraser and start over. Yes, there are other methods like geometric patterning, which relies solely on measurements, but every shoemaker has their own take on it, so it's each to their own. To better orient yourself, Amara marks reference points, including the center line of the last. This center line is actually really important because the entire shoe is oriented around it. If the upper is more pulled to the left or more pulled to the right and is not aligned with the center line, it will be a flawed shoe. Now, the other really important reason to have a center line is the design, because it is mirrored on the center line. Yes, I was totally stunned to learn that the actual pair of shoes is just designed on 1/2 or 25% of the shoe. But if you think about it, it makes perfect sense. First, you have the right side of the design that is mirrored on the left, so you have a consistency on your shoe. And then you mirror the same pattern on the other shoe, so both shoes look the same. Now, all this is obviously only true if the design is not asymmetrical, but most classic menswear shoes have a symmetric design. Now, it doesn't look like it because the last is different, but ultimately the upper and the design and how it's made is symmetrical. Later on, when the uppers are lasted, the center line also really helps to make sure everything is aligned properly. Apart from the center line, there is a top line, which is really important to make sure the shoe doesn't interfere with your ankles. Typically, on the outside, the line will be lower than on the inside, and even though the design is just mirrored and consistent, you can pull it on the last so the inside is higher than the outside. Typical factory shoes have top lines that are even on the final shoe. Most bespoke shoes will have one that is higher on the inside of the foot. Overall, it gives a more fitted and elegant appearance that way. Now, obviously, Amara is drawing the top line by hand, but she references measurements just to make sure everything is proper. Now, when it comes to actual pattern design, you might be tempted on a bespoke shoe to go all special and unique because, after all, you can. Now, frankly, it's easy for design to get out of hand and to end up with something that in the long run you might not quite enjoy as much. At the end of the day, you want something that fits your personality, but also something the shoemaker is comfortable making. Otherwise, it may end up in a disaster. As Amara said,
like when you see a shoe that like works, you're like, I like that. But then when you stop to think about how the details are lining up, or like, what about it? What is it about it that you like? It's really hard to answer that question. I mean, if you find something attractive and you stop to think like, what about it is attractive? Is it the curves, the line, the intersection, the leather, the broguing, the heel shape? You know, there's just so many details that all have to add up into something that you like.
In my mind, a good shoemaker understands all the individual pieces and it will guide the customer with options and listen to them to help them find the final shoe that really works for them. Frankly, most clients never have the opportunity to be part of the process of the upper making. They just talk about it before and then they go home while the shoemaker is working on it, just referencing the notes. In my case, I was able to be there and go back and forth with the shoemaker while she was working on it. I'm sure it was more stressful for Amara that way, but it was really great and insightful for me to see how all the steps work, and I had more time to think about certain aspects or challenges that I hadn't foreseen. That being said, many bespoke shoemakers don't actually make their own uppers, but they outsource that portion, so likely they don't want you to be present when the uppers are made. In any case, here's really important to have a trusting relationship with your shoemaker so they understand what it is that you want. They can maybe show you photos or things that they have done so you have a better understanding of what to expect. Now, some may argue that the final result is better if you have one specialist making the upper, another working on the insole, another doing the sewing, another doing the lasting, and so forth. But I personally really enjoyed the process working with one person, knowing all the steps of the shoe, how they all connect and relate, and seeing that process start to finish. It was overall much more satisfying to me than if I just had multiple people working on that same pair of shoes. Now, similarly to tailoring, before you actually start cutting the leather, you create a pattern first. How much time you actually spend discussing the individual pattern depends on the complexity of your design and your ideas. Personally, I didn't have too much broguing on my shoes, but I wanted something special. On Instagram, I had seen shoes that had broguing holes that weren't round, which is what you typically see, but square. So I talked to Amara about that, and we found a nice diamond shape that I enjoyed and liked. At that point, I didn't realize that actually using the diamond brogue would make things much more complex than if I would have just chosen round holes. Why? Well, with a circular hole, you can use a stamp wheel or other tools that allow you to punch out things much more economically and efficiently. But Amara, being a bespoke shoemaker, was totally happy to oblige and do something that takes more work just to get exactly the result I as a customer wanted. The diamond punch, each hole had to be made individually and it had to be aligned, so chances for error are much higher. So as you can see, sometimes going with a more classic design not just increases the speed, but also the reliability of the outcome. If you go over broguing that's in excess of a typical full brogue, chances are you won't enjoy it down the line. Just keep that in mind. Also, your shoemaker may be fantastic at making shoes, but stylistically, he may not be in the same wavelength as you. You may have a very different understanding of what you want. So by looking at the shoes they produce and the designs they choose, you get an idea of what the range of capabilities of your shoemaker is. If they only ever make cap de Oxfords and full brogue derbies, chances are they won't be very artistic if you ask them to do something that Prince wore. Again, pictures help a lot in that situation. When I looked at Amara's pictures, at first I saw she had a very broad artistic bandwidth in her upper making. And I personally was really attracted to it because it told me that whatever it is that I wanted, she could help me out. Amara acknowledged that her artistic brain worked really well with imagining new patterns or out-of-the-box things. Now, as a classic style enthusiast, I didn't want anything out there, but I certainly had very detailed requests. For example, let's talk about the cap toe. In fact, many toe caps are just that. They're separate pieces of leather that are sewn together. I already liked the fact of a faux toe cap, which would be entirely flat and just visually look like a toe cap by the use of stitching. Also, I had seen a pointed toe cap, which is rather unusual on a ready-to-wear shoe. Why? Well, you have to align the point exactly on the center line, which is more difficult in a factory setting than for a bespoke shoemaker. Aside from the increased difficulty, I also liked the look. So now that I chose the pointed cap though with the diamond broguing, the question became, how do we actually align it? And what does the broguing look like in the middle? Again, with a round brogue hole, it doesn't matter, you don't have to think about it. With a diamond, all of a sudden, it becomes a challenge. So at that point, I questioned my decision of a pointed toe cap, and I played with different options. Something that was maybe half round and imitated the line of the Adelaide further up on the shoe. Then I thought about the wing cap, but then after lunch and some thought, I realized that a pointed toe cap was the right way to go forward. It seemed like aligning the diamond along the center line looked the most pleasing to the eye. As you can see, bespoke sometimes is not all roses. You start questioning yourself or the project and the design, but overall, it was a very satisfying experience. Another challenge with a diamond brogue are the corners. We eventually settled on setting it at 45 degrees, so it would be a nice transition between both straight lines. Now, typically on a brogued shoe, you see pinking or gimping, which are these little triangle zigzag patterns along the brogue edge. Not sure what I'm talking about? Take a look here. Because the leather already had a hedge grain, I felt having an additional triangular element would be too much, and so I decided to skip it. I was really glad that Amara threw out all the different options so I could decide, because in the moment, even if you come prepared, sometimes you may forget something because you're not familiar with making shoes day in and day out. For example, she mentioned that many brogue shoes often feature a second sewing line. And I also opted against that because I felt like it would have been too cluttered overall. But if she hadn't mentioned it, I may not have thought about that at the time and maybe later regretted it. Now, the heel cap also merited extensive discussion. If you know from a hole cut, for example, from a true hole cut, there's no seam on the leather at all. Because of that, it's typically something you find in a bespoke shoe. Obviously, mine wasn't a true hole cut because it was an Adelaide, but I was still tempted to ask for it in the back. Now, Amara said she was uncomfortable doing that, and so we decided on a heel cap design that incorporated the seam lines so there was no center seam line in the back of the shoe. We worked together extensively to make the design work in the exact shapes, and at the end of the day, you're always wise as the customer to listen to your shoemaker and their limitations, otherwise chances are it just won't work out. Honestly, it took a while, but finally we settled on a design we both liked and she felt comfortable creating. As you can see, there's a great amount of detail in the uppers that most people will never notice. Experts may notice it, but personally, I was thrilled to know that my shoe was special to me and all the thought that went into that product. I think because of that, I enjoy wearing those shoes more than maybe an off-the-rack shoe, because every time I put them on, I know everything that went into it. But hey, we aren't even close to done in this process, so let's move on. Now I showed her a particular tongue design, and she noted that it was quite wide and that it worked for the Derby shoe, but maybe for the Oxford, it was not quite the right design. However, she understood what artistic vision I had and tried to accommodate it so it would look good on the style shoe I had settled on. Another element most people don't really think much about are the lace hole on the shoe facings. You can have straight lines that run parallel to the cut edge, or you can have them spaced in a different way. In recent years, making the space between the bottom holes wider than the top ones has become quite popular. Because I chose the Adelaide design, I wanted the holes to be aligned to that shape, and so they got progressively slimmer towards the top, but they also had to make sure that the lines were pretty much parallel to the shape of the Adelaide cutout. Throughout this process, Amara helped me to keep track of the different angles, designs, and cutouts so we could make sure the shoe overall was consistent. She also pointed out that even if we made one small change in one area of the shoe, we would have to consider all the other decisions we've made because it may impact them.
I mean, it's so amazing, isn't it? It's like 2 millimeters. This is less than a millimeter. And it's going to make a world of difference. Yeah. I mean, shoes are so small. I mean, that's what makes them hard, and that's what makes good shoemakers hard to find.
Just like the bespeaking process in our episode 2, this pattern making process is all about the communication and the honest and open flow of the vision with your shoemaker. Tell them what you want and like, but trust their experience and let them guide you. Now, once we had finished the final design on the tape, it was time to actually make the patterns that would allow Amara to cut it on leather. First, Amara cut off the tape from the last, just like she did with the trial shoe, and then she applied a paper backing to it to prevent any type of distortion. She also cut the edges to help everything lay nice and flat. Amara also pricked guide points in the pattern that allowed her to always easily line them up. Remember, even though the uppers will be symmetrical, the lasts aren't. Now you could assume Amara would just work off the tape with a backed paper, but instead she made a master pattern, drawing it on a much thicker piece of paper. A master pattern is generally a pattern that is used to make all other patterns, thus ensuring that everything lines up perfectly in the end. Amara used the pattern wheel to accomplish that transition. Frankly, this step is more than just tracing. Amara uses her experience and expertise in leatherwork, understanding how leather typically stretches in certain areas, to accommodate that into that master pattern. For instance, how much lasting allowance is left depends on the thickness of the leather you're actually going to use. Because the shoes are Oxfords and they have closed quarters, Amara left a gap of about 7 millimeters, which is a little more than a quarter inch, between the closed facings because leather over time stretches and will come together. If she wouldn't have done that over time, the Oxford facings would overlap and look really ugly. Now the standard is cut out. The seam lines are only partially cut to ensure the pattern holds together. Amara cuts straight on one side and curved on the other to remind her which one is inside and which one is out. She also uses spacers to score particular details and cutouts. With this standard, Amara will make other parts of the upper pattern now. She makes a pattern for the block, the facings, the toe cap, the tongue, and the heel cap. Frankly, it looks kind of like Batman.
Did somebody say Batman?
Shh, we're recording.
Oh man.
Now, the heel cap pattern is once again made with a folded piece of paper to later on assure a symmetry for the final heel cap. Next up is the vamp, which was not made of a single piece but two pieces because Amara was more comfortable and she didn't want to mess up an expensive piece of leather. As I mentioned before, we didn't want a center line in the back, so we just incorporated it into the pattern so it looks like part of the broguing and you don't even notice it. The Adelaide pattern was made with a folding-like cap. The figuration and lines are added with an awl. By the way, an Adelaide pattern is this particular cutout, typically on an Oxford. Now that you've heard me saying it and I've pointed it out, chances are you will see it much more frequently in other Oxford shoes. Then of course there's also the tongue, which is always cut separately. And eventually all these individual pieces have to harmonize together into one neat upper. Therefore, during this entire process, you can see Amara comparing, holding things against each other, just to make sure it will all work out eventually. Frankly, at this point, I was just in awe at looking at her constantly checking things, but I couldn't quite follow and understood what exactly she was doing until later on I understood when everything came together. You can see that she made notations in the pattern and she scored slashes. All that stuff helped her guide her into the final product. Eventually, she would use those to score the letter itself to help her align everything neatly. All right, done, you might think, but it couldn't be further from the truth. You also need a pattern for the lining leather, which is different than the pattern for the upper leather, and then you also have structural inserts that also need a pattern. Amara prefers an all-leather lining because it breathes, stretches, and molds in a particular way that she enjoys. Personally, one of my early good pair of dress shoes from Churches had a linen lining in the forefoot, and I always felt they were particularly comfortable in sense of foot climate. It's also a very durable fabric, but since Amara really preferred to work with leather, I didn't talk her into anything else. Now, the structural support leather in a shoe is typically not something you find in most ready-to-wear shoes, except more higher-end ones like Edward Green, for example. Now for this shoe, I wanted a really tight, bespoke fit and a more chiseled toe. So the structural layer underneath would have to be a little stronger just to support that more extreme shape. Now on the flip side, if you want a lightweight summer shoe, probably you go for very little structural interlining and more of a soft feel. So you have to decide what you want the shoe for, and then of course it depends a bit on the shoemaker. Maybe they always have very structural interlining, but you want something soft or the other way around. So you have to figure out what that is for you. Frankly, I was surprised by how many structural pieces Amara used in her shoe. Basically, it covers the entirety of the shoe. First, you have the side counters run along the sides of the inside and the outside of the shoe. They help keep the shape and smooth lines and support your foot. Then you have the heel counter, which is between the lining and the uppers in the heel, and it's supposed to help you keep the shoe on your foot. That is typically a much stiffer leather. Some people may also use thermoplastic that molds to the last, and then once it cools down, keeps that shape. Amara, on the other hand, used all leather, both for her toe cap, her heel cap, and all structural layers. For the toe box, again, I wanted a chiseled toe, so somewhat of a stronger structural layer, not something really soft. While working on a tongue pattern, Amara mentioned two methods. First, she could make it as a separate piece and then later stitch it in. Or she could cut it out as one piece with the rest of the section. Now that might cause distortion in leather, but it's usually smoother on the inside. The shoemaker will generally have a good idea on what works for you, because Amara mentioned the mystery of the shrinking tongue. What she means by that is that sometimes after you cut the tongue, it always seems shorter. Therefore, she was very keen to double check the length of the tongue to make sure it's not shrinking. All right, now that you spent all that time on pattern making, it's finally time to cut the leather. Historically, it has been called clicking because there's a clicking sound the knife makes when it leaves the leather after cutting it. Now, in the more modern times, you may also hear a click sound of the presses when they put pressure on the die and it hits the leather. Now for a bespoke shoe, the leather is inspected much more thoroughly than for a ready-to-wear shoe. In a factory, the goal is to have a high yield and cut as many shoes as possible out of a hide or a skin, versus the bespoke shoe, the material cost is usually relatively small compared to the labor cost. So the goal of the bespoke shoemaker is to get the very best pieces of leather for that pair of shoes. There may even be some shoemakers who just cut one pair of shoes from one entire skin because they say, I only want the very best if I spent all these hours making that thing. So when it came to leather selection, I settled on a hedge grain and I fell in love with the leather from J and FJ Baker from England. It had this wonderful smell, but it was an imitation Russian reindeer leather. Now, it was more expensive than other regular calf leather options, but definitely less expensive than the original Russian reindeer or, let's say, alligator. So why wouldn't I get the real thing? Well, first of all, it's quite expensive and difficult to get, and similarly to Sea Island cotton or cashmere, it seems like a lot more people claim they have the real thing than they actually could have based on the original output. That aside, from a performance point of view, old leather often has issues getting drier and brittle, and I wanted a shoe I could wear for years to come. I also looked at other options from different makers such as Horween, but the Baker was really the one I loved the most. After closely inspecting the leather for buck bites, scars, or stretch marks, Amara split the hide down the center because she said you should never cut a piece of upper across that center line. Why? She argued that it stretched in a different way and that overall it wouldn't be good for the final product. In general, the best leather is typically the belly area of a bull. So why the bull and not the cow? Well, bulls normally don't give birth, and so there are no stretch marks. And most people don't like stretch marks in their shoes, so that's why they prefer bull leather rather than cow leather. Amara likes the belly area leather because it has lots of movement but no underlying bone structure. So it is very thick but also flexible, which she thinks makes for a great shoe. Now it's important to know what you want to do. For example, the leather grain and the backbone is really good for belts, but not for shoes, so you use it for that. Typically, Amara tries to always work with what she calls the structural grain, which is 90 degrees to the center line. Amara tries to avoid working on diagonals with leather to fully control the stretching and prevent creasing. It's actually very similar to fabric. If you pull in a diagonal of a fabric, it's much more stretchy and flexible than if you pull in the direction of the weft. I thought it was interesting that Amara always kept the toe facing the center line. But she did that to ensure both consistency and shape retention. Think of it as a center line, just like the mirroring line, like in the other parts of the shoe. Pretty cool to see that kind of consistency throughout the process. Obviously, here are very different thought processes going on in ready-to-wear versus bespoke. You truly get the very best stuff in a bespoke shoe. But it also costs a lot more. Now here in this Russian reindeer leather, you may see some white spots, but it's not a defect. These are just oils and waxes that have settled, and once you rub and polish a shoe, they will come out and everything will look smooth in terms of the color. All right, now it's time to start cutting. And as a bespoke shoemaker, Amara prefers to cut everything by hand rather than using die cuts. Typically, the pattern can be traced onto the leather with a silver pen that shows you exactly where you have to cut. Now in this instance, the silver pen didn't really work because of the hedge grain, and so Amara cut directly from the pattern. Of course, it's really important that the pattern is kept in place, which, frankly, I was concerned about, but she did a fantastic job. Remember those slits in the pattern? Here, Amara is scoring overlaps with her awl. It tells her where the other pieces of the uppers will be attached for a precise fit. Now Amara cuts some larger sections. The section inside the Adelaide is particularly important. Why? Well, it features the lace holes, and if it doesn't look symmetrical, everything looks off. Moreover, everything has to line up perfectly for it to be functional. Next up are smaller sections like facings or the heel cap. Amara was particularly careful cutting around the adelaide edges, because in the final product, that would be the only area where you could see the final cut edge. Everything else would be folded and it wouldn't be as big of a deal, but here it was particularly important. Of course, it's not just hitting the right lines, but also the angle you're cutting at. Finally, we've got all the leather pieces cut, but we're nowhere near done. Why? Well, now it's time for the lining, then we need the structural pieces, and then it all has to be assembled. Man, I really didn't think of uppers as being so complex, but now that I think about it, they actually are really time consuming. So for the lining, I wanted something fun and bold, and Amara had different leathers that I could choose from. I think now she has a whole array book of different lining leathers in all the colors you can choose, so you get exactly what you want. Now, but it's not just the color when it comes to lining that's important, but also the texture. I saw some smoother leathers, some more with an open pore, and of course there's also suede, which is typically only ever used in the heel area, otherwise it's not advantageous. You just stick inside your shoe and it's not comfortable. Of course the tanning of the leather is also important, and you can learn more about veg tan and chrome tan here. Amara often prefers a veg tan leather for a lining for various reasons. For one, veg tan leather is typically quite absorbent, and that's what you need for a lining leather. It's also typically the least reactive leather, so it's good for something that is in close proximity to your skin, such as your foot. A neutral color will also mean that there's no chance of it coming off on your socks. That being said, modern lining leathers are very good in the color science, and they hardly ever come off on your socks. Not sure how exactly you can distinguish between a veg tan leather and a chrome tan leather? Well, the easiest and quickest way to do it is to do a burn test. A chrome tan leather typically emits a bluish smoke. The flame is blue or green, and the ash has like a bluish tinge to it. It typically also has a strong, unpleasant odor as the chromium salts are burning off. Veg tan leather, on the other hand, will typically have a yellow flame. It will have a brown smoke and a white ash. Sometimes it can also be light gray. I mean, where's Professor Preston when you need him?
Preston, he's Professor Preston.
Of course, you can also use different leathers for the lining in different parts of the shoe. As I mentioned, suede is sometimes used in the heel area, but nowhere else. Amara also likes to use a thicker, more structured leather around the heel. Why? Well, movement there is not needed. On the flip side, in the front, where there's much more movement and creasing, she likes to use a thinner leather, so the shoe is more comfortable. Initially, I liked the idea of a yellow lining. Eventually, I settled on a turquoise lining because it's fun and you don't find it in ready to wear. Now, even though the lining and the uppers are very similar, Amara creates a different pattern for them so the seam lines don't rub on top of each other, therefore breaking prematurely. Very smart. I would have never thought about that. Also, if you had two seams on top of each other, they would bulge up more, versus if they're offset, everything looks smoother in the final shoe. I think, having witnessed the entire process, I have a much higher appreciation for the level of detail and craftsmanship that goes into such a shoe. Because the lining doesn't really show on the outside, you don't need the ultimate precision needed for the upper leathers. There's also more excess that is then later trimmed off. So overall, making and cutting the linings is quicker than the uppers by a long shot. So now the leathers are cut, they have to be sewn together. So stay tuned for episode 6. And keep in mind, sewing leather is much more tricky because it's irreversible. Unlike with fabric, where if you make a mistake, you can just open the stitch again. With leather, you have to redo the entire process. Welcome back to the Gentleman's Gazette and our series on bespoke shoes, where we show you how shoemaker Amara Hark Weber is making a pair of shoes from start to finish by hand. Today's episode 6 is all about sewing together the uppers, and you can see how the upper pieces are cut and all the other parts of the series in our playlist. My shoes are finally starting to take shape. Actually, we can't quite sew the pieces together yet, because before, the leather has to be skived. Now, what is that? Basically, it's thinning out the edges so there will be no bulging later on and everything looks smooth and neat. As you can imagine, this process of thinning out the leather is especially important where the leather is folded or where it's layered. Why? Well, otherwise it would be super obvious. For example, in our video on best dress shoes under $300, you can definitely see shoes where the leather wasn't skived as neatly and it looks much more bulky. Now, the basic skiving work can be done on a machine if the shoemaker has one. Now, some may argue that it's not true handwork if a machine is used, but in fact, you can have different settings on the machine, but it needs to be finely calibrated, and it's very important to understand what you're doing by hand, otherwise you'll screw up the pieces. Every step, how you hold the leather, how you position it, the speed at which you pull it through has an impact on the final output. So in my mind, there's a lot of handwork involved here. It's like keeping a straight stitch in a machine. The operator has to be very skilled and attentive in order not to screw it up. Skiving can also be done by hand, and it's typically done with a blade at a very flat angle, so you get very thin edges. Amara Hark Weber does both for her bespoke shoes. First, she uses the machine, and then there's certain areas where she wants to use hand only or finishing things by hand. Amara prefers handwork to refine the edges, but some areas also skived completely by hand. Of course, she can do it all by hand, but the machine is very consistent and gives her the same or better results as doing it by hand, so why not use a machine? Any excess leather that may remain is actually burned off for a very smooth result. So now the finished pieces of the uppers can be sewn together to prep for the next step, broguing. Every time I mention the word brogue, I feel there's a joke I need to make.
Oxford's not brogues.
Words to live by. Exit. Words to live by. Try a pair.
Now, unlike in a factory, Amara will be doing all the broguing by hand, which allows her to be more detailed, consistent, and with a diamond brogue, it requires individual special attention anyways. If I had chose round brogue holes, it would have been easier and quicker. I know I'm a tough customer. Or very attentive to detail, as Amara might have phrased it. So for my broguing holes, Amara used the diamond punch as well as a small 2-hole punch. Together, they create a visually pleasing pattern that doesn't look cluttered. Boy, do I feel special. To ensure an even spacing of the broguing, everything is marked first before it's punched. Because remember, once it's punched incorrectly, you have to start the entire process of creating the uppers all over. You also never want to punch holes in an area that will later be folded or stitched together. So before you use that hammer, pay attention. It's the last chance to hammer any details before the leather is permanently marked. As Amara and I finalize the decision for the brogue orientation, she starts with the ones that are most prominent in the center. For example, in the cap though, she started with the one that was aligned on the center line, not at the edges. With the first hole perfectly positioned, it will look very pleasing, and the ones at the edges don't matter as much anymore. Of course, you want them all to look neat, but frankly, that's not what people notice. It's the middle one.
I think that if you have a tendency toward geometry and dimensional thinking, then making patterns isn't too hard.
I don't know about that. I think it's pretty skilled what she does. Sometimes when you do this, you see exposed leather edges, and Amara uses a rechargeable dye pen that is similar to the color of the uppers to make it all look smooth. Typically, it's better for the pen to be darker than lighter to avoid any unwanted blend. Yes, edge coloring takes time, but it's a small detail that has a big impact on the overall look. Now, not all raw edges are necessarily dyed. Amara finds that the inside of punch holes, or the broguing, is typically not dyed because sometimes it bleeds and looks worse than without it. Also, the little contrast can be quite pleasing to the eye, especially in areas where the leather is stretched, like on the outer heel cap, for example. I particularly like the look of the contrast edging there. I think if it would be all the same color, it would lose visual interest. Amara also takes time to remove any debris by burning off little bits, which were there maybe from cutting or skiving. Now, Amara tells me that broguing varies greatly from shoemaker to shoemaker, so she's always really excited to see how other shoemakers are doing it. So once the broguing is done, it's time to assemble the uppers so everything is ready to be sewn together. First, she puts the heel counter and the quarters together. Then the quarters, and then the vamps. Then she joins them around the facings. Essentially, it's like creating a back of the uppers and then a front, and then you combine them at last. Because of the unique design of my shoes, we just have a back and then a long front. If I had a cap toe, that would have to come together at this point. But it was just a faux one.
I'm just trying to think of what's going to be the most advantageous so I can get the most precise stitching.
Right on, Amara. When it comes to stitching, the experience and skill of your shoemaker is really important. Your shoemaker is trained to make your shoe dreams a reality. Often it requires a creative thinking process because every shoe is somewhat different. Now, typically when you do broguing, you also have some kind of backing that will show underneath those holes that you just punched out. Sometimes it can be leather, other times it can be fabric. Some people like to play with a contrasting fabric to be really loud. Now, while I may have thought about it for a second, I realized it's not good for a classic menswear shoe to have such a bold element, like a flashy turquoise backing underneath your brogue holes. So I decided to just go with the leather. Sometimes you can also have piping, which can be contrasting or the same, the upper edges that will look nice afterwards. Now, the backing doesn't just beautify the brogue holes, it also adds a structural reinforcement. Oh yes, fill in the brogue holes. After all, these are not supposed to be perforated shoes. Although, for summer, maybe that's what you want. Of course, the backing is also skived down to ensure an elegant look. Amara uses her fingers so she can feel that there are no bumps and everything is skived in the right way. Throughout the process of attaching the leather pieces, you will see Amara use glue. Now that's not because it just wants to glue it together, but it keeps everything in place and neat so it's ready for stitching. Also, it helps to give it a tight seal. In much cheaper shoes, glue is used instead of stitching, but that's not the case here. So if you see your shoemakers using glue, don't worry, they're not cutting corners, they're just ensuring an ideal outcome. Now Amara uses spacers to fully understand where she has to sew things in the right distances so everything looks aligned and not out of whack. Then she stitches the strip in place. For some reason I really like the sewing machine, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it.
It's this German machine, you know, straight lines.
So you know it's quality, not that I'm biased or anything. Now it's time to handle the facings. These are the portion of the uppers where you find the lace holes in. The facings are particularly under a lot of stress because that's where you have your thin shoelaces, and some people may really pull hard on their laces. So you want to make sure that the leather doesn't age prematurely here or that the holes rip in. Therefore, the facings are particularly reinforced. The reinforcement helps to create the rigidity, stability, and durability that you want in that area. Typically, it can be made from leather. Others use fabric or a certain kind of fiber tape. Apparently, some even use duct tape. I would not have guessed that one. Ultimately, you need something that is stable, thin, and doesn't stretch. In this case, Amara decided to use specific fiber tape she's used many times before, knowing that it will do the job for this shoe. She processes again, she cuts to the desired shape, adds glue, and then rolls it down for a tight, refined seal. Next, Amara glues together the main pieces of the uppers. She roughes up the edges where the glue will be applied, so everything will adhere better. So first everything is glued together, and then it is stitched. The stitching follows the top and bottom of the brogue lines. Reinforcing the back of stitches is really helpful to ensure you have a quality product that will last many years to come. You can use leather, tapes, or linen, but Amara likes to have something really stiff that makes sure it will stay in place. Even though it's a sewing machine, Amara uses the hand crank a lot to just make sure the stitches are exactly where she wants them to be. After making the initial stitch lines on the vamp, she gets out her spacer again to ensure everything will be just right. Amara says that the second or even the third line of stitching is harder to do than the first line. Frankly, I think even the first line is already incredibly difficult, and my uppers would look terrible. At the end of the day, how the overall design and stitching will come together really depends on your shoemaker or their upper maker and what they do in what order. If you have the chance to see it, I found it was extremely interesting, yet time-consuming. When Amara made this shoe, she used a mallet to ensure everything was tight and proper. I don't know how she does it today. Maybe I'll see with the next pair of shoes. When attaching the facings to the uppers, she uses glue, but she has to be careful that there's no excess glue that would leak through the broke holes. Once again, there are multiple rows of stitching, which is more difficult. And at this stage, it seems like the facings are overlapping, but it's pretty flat, and later in the shoe, everything will be fine. So don't be nervous. It's just another example of how a shoemaker has to think three-dimensionally with two-dimensional items. At this stage, Amara uses the backing fiber to reinforce the facings. Then she stitches them into place very carefully and gently. Because the shoes have a rather high stitch density, she doesn't want to weaken anything and avoid any extra stitches. Now, on leather, having a too high of a stitch density is actually disadvantageous because it makes the leather less strong. So talk to your shoemaker what they recommend and don't go overboard and ask for more stitches. In fabric it might be better, but in leather it's worse. Your shoemaker will typically suggest a certain type of thread and a stitch density they know will work. So I definitely went with her recommendations, because obviously I have no specific clue about it. In order to properly realize the design we discussed, she has to account for those dimensional differences. For example, the curved point on this Adelaide shape looks very exaggerated when looking at the flat. But later on the final shoe, where it's round, it will look different. In fact, it's actually perfect. But you can tell this wasn't the first time she was doing this. Honestly, overall, I was really impressed by the entire sewing process, because unlike with fabric, if you make one mistake, even at the very end, you have to start all over again. Now for the lining, I didn't just want an interesting color, I also wanted some fun customization, and Amara offered to add text into it. So I had to come up with something, could have been my initials, but I opted for the words best foot in one shoe and then forward in the other. Amara obliged, and it was a small little detail that no one really ever gets to see. Before inserting the lining into the uppers, Amara made it all wet. Why? Well, that helps the lining adhere to the uppers to make sewing it together easier. Now, wetting the leather alone isn't enough, so she actually uses some clips to hold it in place. Now my shoe looks almost like an office supply store.
You can shop our store.
Once everything is wet and clipped though, it can be sewn. Any inconsistencies here can be marked with a Sharpie pen. Frankly, that's not what I expected, but apparently that's a little trade secret. You didn't hear that from me. As you can see, the lining is sewn with excess on it that can then be trimmed once it's all sewn. Frankly, I didn't realize it was done that way. Of course, you have to be very careful in cutting the lining without accidentally cutting any of the stitches she just made. Otherwise, she'll have to do it all over again. Apparently, some makers even skive the top part of the lining, but Amara doesn't like that because she feels like it will make it break prematurely. Of course, there are always different schools of thought, so if you're interested, talk to your shoemaker about it. Once the linings are cut, Amara once again uses her pen to color the edges. It's a little detail, but if you compare the before and after, it's quite obvious which one looks better. It makes a noticeable difference, doesn't it? Now it's time to prepare the tongue and the throat. Frankly, the tongue will be prepared in a very similar way as the facings. Distances are checked with a spacer, letter is punched, pads are cut out, and then skived. Amara then prepares the uppers. She draws a fold line at the throat. Why? Well, it ensures proper width and comfort. She also applies reinforcing tape to keep the throat structurally sound and reinforced for many years to come. She also cuts back the edges to ensure that everything lies flat in its final shape. Now Amara folds the edge of the throat down for an improved hold. That means there is no exposed cut edge. And if you know a thing or two about higher-end leather goods, folded edges are more difficult to make than edge painting. Interestingly, punching the eyelets are one of the most nerve-wracking parts of the whole thing. Why? Well, again, once it's punched, it's set. If it doesn't align, go back to square one. To reinforce the eyelets, you will sometimes see metal grommets. Sometimes they're just visible from the lining side. Sometimes they're also visible from the outside, but that's typically something you only find in more rugged casual boots, not in a fine Oxford dress shoe. In this case, my upper leather was very thick, so Amara thought it wasn't necessary to add them in the back, and so we skipped them. In line with the Adelaide, we made the bottom holes wider than the top, trying to maintain that same line. So Amara carefully lined up her pattern as discussed, and then punches the holes. Now, before we can see if the eyelets were punched correctly, we have to finish the lacing system. That means the tongue has to be attached because it's underneath. Now Amara prepares the tongue lining. Sometimes you can also add a little bit of foam in between the lining and the tongue upper to provide an extra level of cushioning and comfort. Then she glues the lining and sews it, and then she trims up excess pieces after it's sewn. At this stage, Amara confirmed the final position of the tongue with me, just to make sure we're all on the same page. Typically, your shoemaker can advise you on how the tongue should be best for this shoe and your particular foot. Here, I suggested that the line of the tongue should follow something that was already in the vamp for consistency. I think it looks great and it also functions well too. Again, I wanted that consistency in the overall shoe. Then we take one last trip to the sewing machine. Next up are stay stitches. They're little stitches that are meant to hold the movable parts of the shoe in place over time. Amara uses 3, 1 in the middle and 1 on each side. Again, every shoemaker may be a little different here. You can see her using an awl to poke the central hole. For the thread, linen and hemp are traditional. Amara prefers Texan on the other hand, which is a synthetic fiber that is much stronger and more durable because it doesn't decompose over time. Again, there's no right or wrong. Some shoemakers just preferred the traditional stuff. And frankly, when it comes to clothes, for examples, we do too. Now, finally, we can add a shoelace and see if the eyelets were punched properly in the right place. Because if they don't align and the lines are not parallel or off, you are not going to want to wear this shoe. As Amara laced the shoes was just something that she had laying around, I had to bite my tongue to not talk about the Fort Belvedere shoelaces and all the varieties and colors we have. I'm happy though to report that the eyelets were punched correctly and everything looked the same. Of course, it will look even better with Fort Belvedere laces. Now, as all the pieces are assembled together on the uppers, that more or less two-dimensional thing can now become a three-dimensional shoe, but in the next step, we have to work on the insole. It has to be applied to the last, and a channel has to be worked out. So you can see that in our next episode. Welcome back to the Gentleman's Gazette in our series on bespoke shoes, where we'll show you how a custom pair of shoes is handmade from start to finish by Amara Hark Weber. In today's episode, we'll talk about insoles, how it is attached to the last, how it is cut, how it is shaped, and last but not least, how the channels are added so the shoe can come together as a whole. So, without further ado, let's get to the bottom of things. Frankly, at first, I never thought about it that way, but the insole is actually the heart of the shoe. It's where everything comes together, the uppers as well as the soles. The insole is really essential for the comfort of the wearer and the structure of the shoe. As Amara says,
they say the insole is like the backbone of the shoe. It's supporting your weight, it's conforming to your movement, and the uppers and everything is sewn through it. So the insole is really like the key. It's super important to do it well and to do it right, because if there's a problem on the insole, there's going to be a problem with the shoe.
True words by a custom bespoke shoemaker. But of course, this is true for custom shoes. In reality, the vast majority of shoes, even dress shoes, do not have a high quality insole. For my insoles, Amara chose the JR soles, which she liked for the right amount of flexibility, stiffness, and structure. Of course, JR stands for Johann Rendenbach, which is German, and I taught her how to pronounce that. Johann Rendenbach from Germany.
Yes,
JR.
Johann Rendenbach. Did I say it?
It's that sound.
Yeah, as an American, I struggle with German, I tell you, so I stick with JR. Especially if there's Germans in the room.
In most cases, the shoemaker will just use an insole that they think is right. It's typically not something that you as a customer get to choose. Primarily, it's important that they're oak bark tanned, which is a natural process that takes quite a while with the use of bark, and the concentrations are increased over time. Frankly, it doesn't matter if the leather comes from Italy, England, or Germany, as long as it's oak bark tanned. Different people swear by different things. Personally, I don't think they make that much of a difference. As long, of course, as they're quality leathers from quality manufacturers. Honestly, shoemakers know their interior leather and they have preferences for one or the other. So unless you have a really good reason to pick a very distinct leather, I would leave it up to a shoemaker if I were you. So why not just use tooling leather or thinner leather or even cardboard on bespoke shoes, just like in the majority of all the other shoes? Well, if you spend so much time on labor, it's really not worth using anything but the best raw material. Moreover, the beauty about this oak bark tanned leather is that while it's stiffer and structured, it's soft at the same time and molds to your foot in combination with the cork filling underneath of it. Sometimes on bespoke shoes, you will see the original insole uncovered in the final shoe. Some shoemakers will use a sock liner, which is typically made of the same leather as the lining, so it creates a uniform look inside the shoe. Most shoes have a half sock liner, which means when you look into the shoe from the top, you'll see a uniform color, but when you look further inside, you can see in the front of the shoe where your ball is, that's the original insole. Now, there's also such a thing as a full sock liner, which means you don't see anything of the insole anymore at all, and personally, that's my preference, because with the half sock liners over time, they'll come loose, and it is usually a little uncomfortable. Alternatively, just going without the sock liner is also great if you want that purist feel of a bespoke shoe, having that high quality leather directly in touch with your feet. To start with the insole, Amara makes a rough cut from a larger hide of leather. Once it's cut, she'll trim it down at the workstation. At first, she traces the last to create the proper size for the insole. Time to meet another tool, the so-called 5-in-1. It's a useful leather cutting machine because it can do welt rolling, sole cutting, heel trimming, edge beveling, and skiving. Here, Amara uses it to cut down the insole to the proper size. Next, the soles are submerged into water. That helps them adhere to the last better, and they mold better to that shape of the last, so it's like they become one with the last. But first, the leather is glassed. What the heck is that? Well, it's a bit like sanding just with a piece of glass, which is typically faster and more efficient. Amara uses the piece of glass to buff off the finish of the leather, because if she doesn't do that, it may crack because of the wetting and putting it onto the last. That insole has to be attached to the last in some way, and typically that's done with tacking. Now, Amara does it down the center line. There are many different ways to do this. Of course, you might wonder, why not tack it all around the last, because the more the better. Well, keep in mind that this insole is the product that we'll see later on the inside of the shoe, and you don't want it to be full of holes. The tacks Amara uses are really small, so later on you likely won't see holes on the insoles unless you look really closely, and of course only if you won't have a full sock liner. This step really highlights that shoemaking is a multi-sensory endeavor. You need your eyes, you need the feeling in your fingers, and you need the vision of what's going to happen.
Shoemaking is really visceral. Like, I can feel and hear when the nail hits the right spot, but you wouldn't be able to see it.
You can see here Amara really molds the sole onto the last with her hands. As the leather sets, it has to be tightly adhered to the last. You don't want any gaps in between the sole and the last. In order to achieve that, the sole is tied down. Amara uses ribbon or muslin. Other people use things like bike tires. There's really no right or wrong thing. At the end of the day, it just has to be strong and do the job of adhering and shaping that insole fully to the last. Getting it flush is particularly important in the arch and instep area. I mean, look at that final thing. It looks like a creatively wrapped up birthday present. Cake, anyone? No? My favorite cake is not German chocolate cake. Well, now that the lasts are gift wrapped, they have to rest, the insole has to dry, and at the end of the process, it will have the exact shape of the bottom of the last. Once Amara leaves the shoes to dry for several days, it's now time to trim the leather.
And now you can see that the leather is a little bit larger than the last. We have to cut that down and prepare it for the welt to be sewn onto.
So how to do it right? Well, first you remove the excess leather around the perimeter. Amara begins by removing the tags she put in initially. Of course, safety first. You notice she has a thick towel underneath her lap. First of all, that collects the debris, but also acts as a safety measure in case her knife slips. Amara keeps her knives and tools sharp at all times and does it herself. They're so sharp they even hurt to brush against the blade. You certainly don't want that going into your leg. In addition to being careful not cutting herself, she also has to take great care of how the leather is cut, otherwise the process has to start all over. Likewise, Amara wants to avoid nicking the wooden last. Why? Well, excessive or large gouges can compromise the leather once it's on the last. Notice the unusual way Amara is holding her knife? That control is important. Amara wants her cut to be nice and tight, and so she uses her fingers to follow along the lines to check for any irregularities or bumps. For aesthetic purposes, Amara is very careful around the toe area. Why? Well, it's very prominent, so any flaw becomes much more impactful. The instep near the arch is also a particular area of concern. The reason to pay particular attention here is that it has such an overall impact on the comfort level of the shoe. What exactly will work best for you depends on the way you walk. For example, if your foot tends to roll inwards when you walk, or if you have weak or fallen arches, it's typically advisable to leave this area high to provide an extra support and comfort for you. For me, Amara is shooting for something in the middle that gets us a somewhat slim waist without compromising the comfort of the shoe. Initially, I'd requested a slim fiddleback waist, so it was interesting to see how it all came together. When it's time to shape the instep, your shoemaker will likely reference the measurements just so they get everything right. As you can see, Amara applies water to the leather so she can carefully shape the area of the instep. Again, she uses glass here instead of sandpaper because it is faster and more efficient, and therefore the shoe will cost less. Really, you're not losing anything in precision. Amara is really good with it, and so glass is the material of her choice for sanding in this instance. As you can see, using the hand to round the area around the instep creates a curve, and it visually makes the waist appear slimmer. Looking at the final shoe, I wish the waist turned out slimmer. Why? Well, that it's not something you typically get with a ready-to-wear shoe, but it's usually reserved for a custom shoe. Now, of course, I also don't have the slimmest feet, so Amara tried to go somewhere in the middle. Maybe the next shoe, she can make it a little slimmer. That being said, the shoe and the waist don't look anything like a ready-to-wear shoe. It truly looks like a bespoke product. Now, to help Amara keep the work symmetrical, she works on both shoes simultaneously. She doesn't just finish one and then start with the other. Otherwise, it's much more difficult to get them even, consistent, and the way she wants them. You can see she reviews constantly going back and forth to keep things equitable. The goal is that the lines of the last continue on the insole. That means it's not just cut down straight, but the line and the shape and the flow will make it look like it's one piece of a material, not a layer of leather paired with a wooden last.
That the insole really follows the line of the last. And so that's really what I want, is for this to match up and be an extension of the last.
This type of work requires careful attention to detail. The more work your shoemaker puts into this stage, the higher the likelihood to get a perfect result. In a lot of ways, this process really showcases how shoemakers are artists or sculptors, more so than a pure craftsman.
I like this part. I like anything that has to do with the lasts. I like lasts. I don't know why. It's just a sculpture. It looks like so nice.
During this work, you may end up with sharp edges that could penetrate the lining later, which is why Amara softens them so it won't be an issue later on. The tool she uses here is called an edger. Well, that's a pretty obvious name, but it's very accurate. Frankly, it's German in spirit, because Germans can be very literal.
One pair of pants later.
Did you know what a snail lives in? A Schneckenhaus, which means snail house. Amara says she heard horror stories about unblunted edges that eventually worked their way through the leather, destroying it. And of course, that's not what we want. While she never experienced it herself, she likes to blunt the edges just because it looks nicer. It's also easier to look at any bumps or imperfections in the leather that way. In the next step, Amara uses a finishing rod, which smoothens and compacts the leather. She thinks this tool is actually a recycled hammer handle, but it has exactly the right curvature for the bottom of the insole. Waste not, want not. Now that the insoles are trimmed down, Amara gives both shoes a final look because she wants them to be equal. They look alright to me, so let's keep going. Now it's time to make the holdfast.
Engaged enemy frigate at 6 bells.
No, not like that. The holdfast refers to a portion of the insole next to the channel. It has been carefully carved out and is perforated with holes. Why the holes? Well, they're there so the welt can be sewn onto it. The holdfast consists of this channel that covers about 270 degrees of the shoe. As you may know, some shoe companies advertise their 360 Goodyear welt, but frankly, for a hand-welted shoe, 360 makes absolutely no sense. In Amara's case, the holdfast covers about 3/4 of the shoe. There are other shoemakers that sometimes only do it half of the shoe and use wooden pegs in the waist area. There's no right or wrong. It all depends on what technique the shoemaker prefers. The most likely thing to go wrong is to make a cut that is too deep, because if that happens, you will see and feel it on the inside of the shoe on the insole.
That can be overcut. I've seen, and I may have done it once or twice myself, cutting too deep and cutting through the whole insole.
If you look at their ready-to-wear shoes, chances are they will not have a holdfast. A holdfast is something you will only find on a hand-welted shoe. So a Blake or Blake Rapid construction has no holdfast. Neither does a Goodyear welted shoe. A machine Goodyear welted shoe has something called a gem band, which is basically a piece of fabric that is glued onto the insole. In a Goodyear welted shoe, nothing is worked out of the insole the way it is on a bespoke shoe that is hand welted. Now, could you make a bespoke shoe that is Goodyear welted? Absolutely. You could also make a cemented bespoke shoe, but most of the time, shoemakers will do the proper hand welt. Obviously, it takes a lot longer to make a hand welted shoe than a cemented shoe or a Goodyear welted shoe, and because of that, it's more expensive. So how do you get the actual holdfast into the insole? The final result looks pretty cool, doesn't it? Amara begins by drawing a guideline of the channel with a pen. She's so talented, she does it freehand and then just double checks the measurements. I could not do that. I mean, I could, but it would look like crap. Next, she uses a little brush to apply water along the desired route of the channel. This makes the leather softer and easier to cut. Using a very sharp knife, Amara now scores the leather. She's very careful to fully control the knife without going too deep. At the same time, she wants to maintain a steady depth, so the channel looks very uniform at the end. After this initial cut, she switches tools and now uses the channel opener. This is a tool that opens the channel. Now, shoemakers are obviously a creative bunch. The nomenclature of the tools, not so much. The channel opener is not the last step though. It just provides enough room for the final tool. Let me guess. It's called a channeler. It's actually called welt plow or feathering knife. So Amara now carefully follows the initial channel with her welt plow. This expands the size of the channel to her desired width. As a shoemaker, you need a very steady hand here to keep it even and wide without having any wobbles in it. At the same time, you don't want to cut yourself. Once again, Amara glasses the leather to keep things smooth. Having completed the channel, Amara can now add the holes to the holdfast so the final welt can be sewn. These holes are made with an awl, and Amara leaves about 7 millimeters or a little over a 1/4 inch in between the holes. Now the exact distance can always vary a little bit because Amara is more concerned about the angle of the hole in the holdfast or in the channel as the shoe is curving. Personally, I was very impressed to see how well Amara could gauge where her final awl would come out. When I'm sewing on a button, sometimes I think my needle will come out here, but then it doesn't. She, on the other hand, got it right every single time. Frankly, you'll never see this later, but I was impressed to see this level of perfectionism here. Now it's time to let the insoles dry, because if they're wet and they dry, they get a little smaller, and you don't want to make things perfect in a wet state just to then find that the final product is too small. So now that the insoles are fully channeled, we can pull the upper over the last and attach it to it. But all that you'll see in our next video. Welcome back to the Gentleman's Gazette in our series on bespoke shoes, where Amara Hark Weber makes a pair of shoes by hand from start to finish. In today's video, we'll show you how the shoes take their final shape, where the uppers go onto the last and are supported by the heel caps, the toe puffs, and the sideliners to give the shoe the structural integrity it needs. As you might recall, making the uppers by hand was quite a feat. So what's so difficult about putting uppers on a last, and why does it warrant an entire video? Actually, it's more complex than you might think. Right now, the uppers consist of the upper leather and the lining. Now, pulling the uppers of the last can happen in 3 ways. The first one being what is called wet lasting. The second is called dry lasting, and the third one is a combination of both. Wet lasting versus dry lasting is a major debate in the shoemaking world, but there's no obvious right choice. Amara knows both methods, but for this pair of shoe, she uses a combination of dry lasting and wet lasting. Why is that? Well, she adds the water in areas where she wants extra malleability, and she leaves it dry in areas where she doesn't want that. In that sense, you get the best of both worlds. Your shoemaker will do whatever they're most comfortable with or what they think is right in a particular situation. Now that the uppers are wet, Amara applies some baby powder to the last in order to prevent the lining leather sticking to the last. Now, using the cobbler's pliers, Amara uses the tip of the shoe to align it with a center line and pull it over the last. This is a very visual process, and once she thinks it's in place, she tacks the uppers down under the last. Since the uppers has 2 layers, the lining and the uppers, Amara pulls each layer separately to allow for a really tight fit without any excess wrinkles. If you don't do that, the wrinkles later will look unsightly and create discomfort for the wearer. Now that the front is in place, Amara keeps pulling on 2 layers of leather and tacking it to the shoe. While tacking the uppers in place, there's a constant visual inspection. And if she sees something is off, she might remove a tack or 2 or more and redo it just to make sure everything is the way she wants it without any lumps or wrinkles or any irregularities. By inspecting and correcting your work, you prevent any bigger problems down the line. Once she's done with one last, she moves to the other. As you might recall, it's not too obvious because sometimes she's working on both sides at the same time. Not so here. Once both shoes are lasted for the first time, they will need some rest to remember the shape of the last. Yes, unlike fabric, leather really has this unique ability to remember a shape that it's pulled onto. And yes, the water really helps to keep that shape. That's why she uses it in the first place. So now that the uppers are getting acquainted with their new shape, it's time to work on the structural pieces. That is, the heel cap, the toe puff, and the sideliners. So why do you need these pieces? Well, for 2 reasons. Number 1, they provide structural integrity. Let's say someone steps on you, the shape of the shoe will pop back in place and not look ruined. These pieces also provide additional support for your foot. For example, the stiffer heel cap makes walking around much more comfortable and gives you stability when you walk. To say it in Amara's words,
the toe puff and the heel cap will do a couple of different things. They help to keep the shape of the shoe. They help to keep the shoe on your foot, and they protect your foot.
I've cut apart and inspected quite a number of quality ready-to-wear and also some bespoke shoes. And typically what I've found is that most, even higher-end ready-to-wear shoes have the heel cap and the toe puff, but most often they do not have sideliners. Typically, bespoke shoes and higher-end ready-to-wear shoes like Edward Green do feature sideliners. So what's the benefit of sideliners? Well, they'll also give you more structure on the inside and the outside, but they also prevent your little toe shape from poking through on the outside of the shoe. That's something you'll often see in ready-to-wear shoes. And why? Well, they don't have sideliners.
The sideliner pieces give you a little bit of extra structure. They make sure that your toe, your toes don't kind of poke out. It's just a little bit of extra structure and protection so that the entirety of the shoe, the most flexible point is across the break.
This ensures that the shoe bends naturally with your foot. This reduces excess wrinkles and creases and allows the shoe to bend and fold in the areas it is supposed to. Now, the heel caps Amara was making for this pair of shoes were much bigger and longer than the ones I typically see in ready-to-wear shoes. You can just see with a bespoke shoe, it is made for you and it's very much thought through and designed for your foot. They're so long that they include some arch support. Pretty cool, isn't it? Here you can see the toe puff. For a bespoke shoe like this, Amara cuts it from the same leather as the insole. So it's a very stiff, solid and robust leather. In ready-to-wear shoes often I see them being made of a thermoplastic material that takes the shape when it's heated, so it's very quick to work with. With a bespoke shoe, on the other hand, the focus is on quality and the utmost result, so it's typically made of all leather. As you recall, the insole is a quite thick piece of leather, and so your shoemaker will skive it down so it won't be as thick, but the core strength and robustness is still there. In contrast to this, the sideliners are made of a thinner, much more flexible leather because there you want the shoe to be a bit more flexible and able to bend. As you can see, everything has its purpose. So, how are these pieces actually skived down? Interestingly, Amara soaks them first in water so they're really wet. She does that so it makes it easier to work with them, but they don't have to be soaking wet, that's why she passed them dry. All of these pieces will be skived to the perfect depth and feathered along the edges so there will be no harsh lines later on. These pieces will sit in between the leather and the uppers, so pretty much right next to my foot. Therefore, they have to be as thin as possible so it doesn't have an impact on my comfort or it irritates my feet. Amara starts by hand skiving because it gives her the most control, especially on the angle. Later down, she flattens the middle part with a machine because that's faster and it works, and then she works at it again by hand. Your shoemaker may do it all by hand or all by machine, depending on what they're most comfortable with. The machine is definitely faster and therefore more efficient. By hand, you just get more detail in. Now that the uppers had enough time to rest and all the structural pieces are finished, it's time to take the uppers completely off the last. Why? Well, those structural pieces have to go in between the upper layer and the lining layer, and you can't do that while it's on the last. I mean, it's incredible how well the leather keeps its shape even though it's completely off the last, isn't it? As you can see, Amara is gently running her fingers over the interior just to feel if any wrinkles or lumps have formed while the whole thing was resting on the lasts. After ensuring that everything is smooth, Amara now takes that heel cap and just bends it onto the last heel, and you can see it already takes that shape rather easily. She really pulls it off the last and smooths it down with her hands. The next step, Amara applies a special paste to that heel cap, which helps as an adhesive to basically glue it to the interior lining and to the uppers, but once it's dry, it also stiffens the heel cap to get that desired structural integrity. Here you can really see how that heel cap is sandwiched between those two layers of leather. Now you can see her adding a bit more paste. Now, no, she doesn't want there to be any runny excess or lumps, but she wants there to be enough that the adhesive properties are ensured for life. As she says,
not too much, not too less, just enough.
Next it's time to glue the sideliners in place. And interestingly, Amara wets her hands repeatedly to get rid of any excess glue that might dry on the uppers. Very nice attention to detail that I found very satisfying to see. Now it's time for inspection of the entire shoe. If there are any wrinkles, Amara removes them by pushing with her hands. As the glue is now hardening and connecting all these expensive layers of leather, we come to a critical juncture.
So now we're really playing for keeps. This is where you can go back and undo stuff, but it's pretty unfun.
If there's anything you want changed about your shoes, it's good to do that before that point. To help the structural heel cap and sideliners really get into shape, it's best to put the uppers with those structural elements back onto the last. That means re-lasting the shoe. Again, Amara inspects and compares both shoes just to make sure everything looks right. Obviously, your final shoe won't have any nails or tacks in it, so now it's time to really adhere the whole uppers to the shoe. After removing the nails one by one and maybe even cutting off some excess leather, the leather pieces are adhered to the bottom insole with a paste. You can see she constantly uses her mallet to keep everything really well adhered and wrinkle-free. As you can see, she uses sharp knives and snips to get rid of any excess leather because everything has to lay smooth, and more is not better in this case. It's much worse. The superfluous leather could leave irritating lumps and just add bulk and create a less elegant shoe. Here you can see how the lining is glued down really neatly. And that's the first step. You start with a lining, and then the second step, the uppers follow. So everything is glued in place very carefully and accurately. In order to do that, she applies some paste on the inside of the uppers. She then pastes them to the insole and further ensures it's all in the right position with tacks. And of course, how could it be any different? The mallet. Amara also carefully tacks down the entire perimeter of the heel just to make sure there is a tight fit. As you can see, there are a lot of nails here because it was a thicker, stronger leather, so she wanted to make sure everything remained in place. Amara is paying special attention to the area on the heel, which is also known as the heel cup, because that's where the heel is later going to be attached to. And by paying more attention now and keeping everything flat and level, will make it easier when the heel is built up later on. Here and then, she sprays in a little water to help with malleability. This process she does one shoe after the other. But because leather is a natural product, it will never feel the same on both shoes. There's always a subtle difference between the shape of the leather, the structure of the leather, and other factors.
One is always easier than the other. This is the toughie. You always hope the first one is going to be harder.
Obviously, many tags are being used while the glue is drying. Amara calls it a snaggletooth Cinderella. Don't worry, all these tags will be removed once the glue is dried, and then the fine detail work can begin. Occasionally you can see Amara hammering down on the last itself. This is to ensure it's seated flush against the uppers to ensure a tight fit later on. Eventually, every layer has to be glued to the bottom of the insole. Now, last but not least, it's time to add the toe puff. Amara carefully peels off the outermost upper leather layer in the toe area while leaving the lining on there. And in between goes the toe puff. First, she marks the outer edge of the toe puff so she knows where to apply the paste. Again, same procedure. Glue, tacks, and hammering with a mallet. Soon, Amara will need more time to really smooth and thin out that toe puff. Why? Well, the flatter she can make it now, the easier it will be for her to do her job later on. When one shoe's done, she moves on to the other shoe and constantly inspects and compares the two. Now that Amara is doing that, she could see that one shoe was minutely more different than the other one, but it was much easier to spot that while they were on the last. Why? Well, the shoes are perfectly straight, aligned, and you can look at them in every angle you wish. When a shoe is worn or moving around, it is much less noticeable. But remember that the linings were off in this part because we'll come back to it later in the video. Now, the toe puff also needed some time to rest and really adapt to that shape, so we headed off for lunch. I ordered a pastrami sandwich on rye and asked to carefully layer a bit of mustard on one side and garlic mayonnaise on the other. Oh, sorry, I forgot I wasn't in a bespoke sandwich video. Now that the toe puffs have gotten into shape, it's time to work on them and smooth them out. By doing that, the wearer later experiences maximum comfort, and you also get a better look at the toe cap. First, she removes the tacks and then cuts off excess leather by hand, and then it's followed by a machine treatment. A Precision grinder here really helps to get everything smoothed down the way she wants it to. As you can see, Amara is still inspecting and comparing both shoes, so nothing is different, but both are the same. So how does Amara know that she's done with the work and she's gotten the toe puffs in the perfect shape?
The question of how do you know when it's done is a good one. I work till I think it's done, and then I work a little more.
Once she's done with all the fine work of smoothing, she can apply some paste to the toe puff. Now the upper letters can be fully applied to the last. Once again, she stretches it and tacks it in from the bottom. The uppers are now fully in the last, and she wipes them up with water to get rid of any detritus. You can see her hammering away a lot of times on this shoe. She really likes that mallet.
The 1,000 tiny taps. They really make a difference, though.
She continues to pay particular attention to the heel area.
So the crisper I can make this heel seat, the nicer it will be in the end. Which is why I keep coming back to it.
Around this time, Amara figured out that the reason she was having a harder time with one shoe than the other was because the leather textures were quite different. One leather texture was simply stretchier than the other, and it impacted quite a few things. For example, the lines in the shoes varied slightly. Of course, no leather piece will ever be the exact same as the other. Typically for bespoke shoes, there's less of a variance because the shoemaker takes very great care and attention to detail during the cutting process, trying to understand what the different leather textures at that point in time, so it doesn't come back to haunt them later on at this stage. Well, now that the uppers are on the last, it's almost time to attach the soles. But before that, we need a welt strip, a shank, and a filler material made out of cork before that can happen. And that we'll show you in our next video. Welcome back to the Gentleman's Gazette and our series on bespoke shoes. If you're just joining us in the middle, we have the whole playlist, so check that out. In this video, we're whimsically wandering in the wonderful world of welted shoes, as Amara stitches the welts to the uppers, adds the shank and the cork filler, and attaches the insoles. So first of all, what is a welt? Basically, it is a strip of leather, or sometimes also plastic on lower end shoes, that follows the perimeter of the outsole, typically around the entire outsole. It is also stitched to the uppers. Now, in general, welted shoes are what you find in classic menswear. They're typically more water resistant, more comfortable, and easier to resole. The most well-known welted shoe is probably the Goodyear welt, which is a staple in a classic style gentleman's wardrobe. Then there are also hand-welted shoes and Norvegese welts, so there are many different types of welts. Now, a welt can be made in two basic ways. One way is to have a straight welt that is then added to the shape of the shoe. The other part can be a belt that forms the outline of the shoe from the get-go. Bespoke shoemaker Amara Hark has found that a curved welt takes more time to produce and also wastes more leather. For her, straight welts work just as well and are more efficient, so that's what she used for this pair of bespoke shoes. So she starts out with a straight welt, which she then makes wet, so it becomes much more malleable, and she can form it to the perimeter of the outsole. Really, you can see how the welt molds into the desired shape, no problem.
It's amazing how this, all of these leathers that are fairly stiff really become malleable when they're wet.
Now in a factory, they work with pre-made welts. Amara actually made that welt out of leather. When she did so, she left a groove that will later serve as a reference point. It also protects the thread.
As we stitch here, we're gonna hit that groove. If I do my job well, nice. I should be coming out through that groove. Consistent. Yep, and also so that the thread will lay flat inside there and be protected within the leather.
So how is the welt applied? Amara roughly measures the welt by laying them next to the shoe. Basically, she's checking for the right size. She then skives the ends of the welt. Why? Well, that way they'll feather or transition very smoothly into the heel block. Obviously, it's pretty hard to sew without a thread. So Amara readies the waxed thread. and she actually waxes it, which is quite cool. Now the thread that she uses is pre-waxed, but she even adds more wax. Some shoemakers also make their own thread. Now, why wax a thread in the first place? It makes it more water resistant, more durable, and less prone to stretching. It's also pretty hard to sew without a needle, and Amara goes with needles that are designed to be used for cowboy boot making. The needles are actually made by a cowboy boot maker out of Los Angeles. Yeehaw! To maximize the control while sewing, Amara holds the shoe between her knees, and she makes everything wet so it becomes easier. Amara begins at the back of the shoe and then makes her way around, kind of in a horseshoe shape. Because the leather is so thick, Amara can't easily pierce it with just a needle, even though it's a tough cowboy boot needle. So because of that, she uses an awl to pre-poke the holes so the sewing is much easier that way. Now, just because it's easier to use an awl doesn't make it easy at all. Because the awl is curved, this leaves more of a tapered hole in the leather. Now, that can be difficult to pass the straight needle through then. Amara sometimes swaps out the needles based on the thickness and the point shape because some are easier than others. Amara sometimes even makes her own needles to get the right curvature that she needs to make the process easier on her and her body. Now the insole with a raised ridge, which is called holdfast and which we showed how it was made in video number 7 of the series, is wetted. Again, it softens it and makes it all easier to work with. While working, Amara wraps a slack thread around the handle of the awl. She pulls to tighten the thread, which ensures a tight seal. She also uses the hammer to keep everything tight and secure. It really helps to shape the welt fully to the bottom of the last. Eventually, once you're done with the first shoe, you'll have to work on the next one. The welt doesn't go completely around. Some shoemakers like Allen Edmonds have the 360-degree welt in their marketing as a hallmark of quality. Now in reality, the presence of the heel block negates the need for a 360 welt. You can go ahead and discuss the benefits of a 360 welt with your shoemaker, but I suggest you go with their lead because they're probably more comfortable the way doing it that way, and you can decide for yourself what you find visually more pleasing. By the way, to learn more about Goodyear welting, which is done by machine and different than what we do here in hand welting, check out this video. Amara uses all sorts of tools, such as pliers to press down the welt. She also presses an inseam around the welt to ensure there is a clear channel. After the welt strip is attached, Amara trims off the excess upper leather and lining leather because more is not better. You want to have as little as needed so you don't have any bulging leather and irregularities there. Whatever voids that are left are later filled in with cork. Before she does that though, she hammers everything down so everything is compressed and the surface is as flat as it can be. As Amara starts working with the welt on the second shoe, it becomes obvious that the welts are not quite the same. After all, they're made out of this natural material, which is called leather, and so the welts stretch and behave somewhat differently. So the variable stretchiness of the leather pieces cause the shoe to sit differently on the lasts. It definitely changes the shoe lines a little bit. And this was the first time that Amara was working with this kind of upper leather, so she was new to it and was learning. She said she maybe could have done more temper tests beforehand to understand how the leather would behave. But sometimes you have to work with the leather to fully understand how it behaves in shoemaking. To me, it was an interesting part of the project to see that she was upfront about things that she wasn't 100% happy with. I knew she already had redone one upper because the leather behaved differently, and after all, the main goal of this shoe was to produce this video series. Of course, it's nice to take home a wonderful pair of bespoke shoes, but I also did not want to take advantage of her in the sense that I wanted to have her redo the shoe over and over and over again, thus leaving her with very little profit.
I'm learning on every pair, and every pair gets a little bit better, but that means that there's room for improvement as I go on.
I like that attitude. And if you think about it, with every pair, a shoemaker gets better. So as they progress, they have more experience, more knowledge, you get a better final product, and therefore the price also goes up, which makes perfect sense. Now that the welds are done, it's time to prepare the heel areas. That means the heel has to be prepared for pegs that will eventually help to keep the heel block securely fastened to the shoe. That also means she has to remove all the nails with a tack pull, otherwise the shoe would remain attached to the last and it would be much harder to get the last out later on. Also, any nails that are left behind could interfere with subsequent work, so it's better to remove those. So of course there's some more loose excess leather which is then glued down so Amara can work more properly with it. As Amara builds up the heel in layers of leather, which is a traditional way to build a heel, she uses wooden pegs to hold everything together, not nails. Some people use metal tacks instead, but Amara likes to use the peg because if one peg ends up on top of each other, it's not a problem. It still works. Versus with metal on metal, it's not usually a good idea. Now, before Amara can hammer in the pegs, there needs to be a peg hole, which is made with a pegging awl. While most shoes today are sewn and glued, pegged shoes have traditionally been a very popular method to make shoes. In fact, the Holzgenagelte, or wooden pegged shoe, is a popular model in Austria to this day. Some other shoemakers use wooden pegs often in the whole midsection of the shoe to create a strong supportive area there. Also, when shoe production was first industrialized, shoe pegging machines predated shoe sewing machines. Today, wooden pegged shoes are definitely more exotic than, let's say, Goodyear welted shoes. As Amara makes the peg holes, it's really important to have a good feeling of how deep the hole has to be. If it's too deep, it goes through the insole and leaves unsightly marks. If it's not deep enough, the peg doesn't really hold it together. So it has to be just right. If any pegs do protrude, they're removed so the wearer doesn't feel them. Now the shank has to be added. The shank is a material in the midsection of the shoe in between the insole and the outsole. It supports the foot and structures the lower portion. The idea is that the shoe doesn't flex in the area where the shank is inserted. There's some shoes that don't have shanks, but typically they end up being rather flexible, and I definitely like to have a shank in my shoe. I like the added stability of it. Now in cheaper shoes, oftentimes the shank is made out of plastic. They can also be made out of wood or very stiff leather, sometimes also metal. Every shoemaker has their preference and reasons why they will use one over the other. Amara likes steel because she feels it's the strongest. Now the disadvantage is that it's slightly heavier than, let's say, wood, and chances are you will more easily trip the metal detector at the airport, for example, if you have your shoes on. At the end of the day, work with the shoemaker and figure out what's best for you, your lifestyle, and their area of expertise. Finding out exactly where the shank has to be is important because if it's too far forward, it interferes with regular walking. If you look at the factory videos, you can see the shank is applied much more quickly. Here in the bespoke shoe, Amara is very careful. She works at a groove and makes sure the shank is positioned perfectly. Some shoemaker nail down the shank. Amara has found that gluing it down works just as well. On a factory shoe now you typically just add the cork filler. Amara, on the other hand, adds a shank cover, which is just another layer of leather. Sometimes it's also made out of cork. Now in this case, Amara opted for leather because she knew she wanted to make a fiddleback waist, so having a stiffer material there made it easier to create a pronounced fiddleback shape later on in the shoe. Of course, to get the size and the shape right of the piece, you work with a pattern. So after Amara creates the paper pattern for the shank cover, she presses in the cavity to see if it'll be right.
It's a new form of pattern making, but very effective.
Yeah, it's called very direct patterning.
Now, because we want that fiddleback waist, she uses outsole leather for this shank cover. If you weren't interested in a fiddleback waist, you could also do it from a softer leather, such as the insole leather. Some shops use pre-cut planks, but Amara prefers to make it bespoke, so it fits exactly the way she wants it to. To glue on the shank cover, the leather is roughened up, then glued, added, trimmed, and made sure that everything looks neat. Now it's time to add the filler layer, which is typically made out of cork. Why? Well, cork is a wonderful natural material that comes from the bark of trees. I've once seen it harvested in Portugal, and it's a very interesting process. Not only does it naturally cushion the foot, but over time, your foot will also push its shape into the cork, which will make it feel much more custom, so to speak. Now there's two ways to add the cork. One is to have actual cork board that is cut to size, or you can use a mixture of fine pieces of cork that are held together with glue. It's called a paste. Some people also call it spreadable cork. And Amara has worked with it in the past, but didn't like it too much, so she decided to go with cork board. Typically, hot cork filler, paste, or spreadable cork is what you find in a factory shoe. I've never seen factory shoes that had cork board. I have seen bespoke shoes, though, that have cork board. I know, all you Trenton and Heath fans would love to see her spread that oatmeal, but at the end of the day, it's each shoemaker to their own.
Or some of y'all like to say, oatmeal.
In my mind, I like using the more expensive cork board for a bespoke shoe. And no, this is not just any cork board, but something specifically designed for shoes and shoemakers. The density is apparently just right. Now again, if you're really lightweight or really heavy, maybe you'll have to adjust it, but your shoemaker will have an idea of what works. Now, interestingly, Amara just cut the cork into a rough shape, then glued it in at the top, hammered it in, and trimmed off the excess, rather than trying to get it just right from the get-go. This way, she ensured that we definitely have enough cork, especially over the fiddleback waist area, and we don't come up short and have to redo the entire thing again. Again, because of the fiddleback waist, she glued in and hammered another filler layer around that shank area so it comes really down and you have that more pronounced fiddleback area. To create smooth, attractively styled areas for the outsole to sit on, Amara works the cork and leather layers on her sanding machine again. Back to the daily grind of the finisher. And afterwards, she even does some more fine handwork to make sure everything is the way she wants it to be. Now, because my shoes don't have a 360 welt, Amara uses something called heel seats to fill in that area around the heel. Heel seats basically cover the area before the heel block is attached. They level everything out because obviously the last is rounded and not straight up. It just creates an overall better look. And the heel seat will sit very close to the upper leather. Heel seats also help to give a really smooth, crisp edge. I was looking for a particular angle for the heel, and I wanted cut-in detailing that allowed the welt to sit further into the heel. So with that goal, Amara devised this work plan. First, she attaches the heel seats. She's marking their approximate size, she's roughing them for glue, skiving them for fit, and then gluing them into place. She's also hammering it to be tight and have the desired curvature. Then the excess is cut off and Amara will mark where the pegs will go eventually. Again, she uses the pegging awl to make peg holes and then adds the pegs. Again, with wooden pegs, you can add them on top of each other. With metal pegs, you have to ensure everything is offset because you can't have the metal on metal. Now, Amara has to prepare the outsoles. First, she refines the bottom of the shoes so it will all work for the outsoles. And I hate to disappoint all the fanboys of JR or Johann Rendenbach outsole leather, because for this shoe, we didn't use them. I mean, she had it there in her shop, and we were talking about maybe we'll use some leather from Baker, because the upper leather was English and it would have been more English, but she also said she had this wonderful Italian oak bark tanned leather that she really likes to work with and has really good experience with. So I said, yes, let's use that leather. Frankly, Johann Rendenbach makes great leather. There are also other German manufacturers who make great leather who are just not as good in the marketing department. Obviously, if you swear by Rendenbach leather, go for it. Personally, I was more interested to get the feedback from the shoemaker to understand what she thought was best for this particular shoe. At the end of the day, it probably doesn't matter that much, and if you wear down the outsole, you can always replace it. And typically, bespoke shoemakers are happy to replace the outsoles and work on the shoes that they made themselves. They'd probably be horrified if you just bring them to any cobbler to do that kind of work. Now again, with a fiddleback, you can't just use the full outsole in its thickness, but you have to thin it out in the right areas to get the desired look.
What I do to prepare the sole is if I want to do any carving in the waist to thin it down, I do that first. And then I put on a layer of permanent cement. And that cement goes on while the sole is still dry because the cement doesn't want to stick to a wet sole. But it's important that the sole is wet in order to sew it. So I put the glue on dry and then I soak the whole sole for a couple hours. And then I wrap it in newspaper, wrap it in plastic and let it set overnight. And so the water is absorbed into the fibers. It becomes a really nice, malleable and easy, relatively easy for stitching.
Now it's time to prepare the stitching. Welts can either be stitched by machine or by hand. Almost all bespoke shoes are hand stitched. Maybe sometimes if a customer wants to save some money, it may be machine stitched. When stitching in a shoe factory setting, typically you see the stitching exposed at the sole of the shoe. For example, most Allen Edmonds or Crockett & Jones all have that visible stitch. Now with higher-end factory shoes or with bespoke shoes, you typically have invisible stitching. Now there's one of two ways to achieve that. You can have a closed channel which is cut up straight on the surface of the sole, or you can have a closed channel that is cut in from the side of the sole, so when you look at it from the bottom, you don't see any line or any channel or anything at all. Now, Amara has experience with both the closed channel and the hidden channel. Now, while the closed channel leaves a noticeable line, it wears rather evenly. The hidden channel has no line and looks really nice new, but the edges, because it's cut in from the sides, are a little thinner, and sometimes they kind of fold over time, and that doesn't look particularly nice, and they may have to be glued down again. She just told me about the pros and the cons, and I decided to go with a hidden channel because I thought it looked neater, at least in the final product, and I live close to her, so if I have to have anything re-glued or redone, she can help me with that. Also, I'm fortunate enough that I have a large number of dress shoes, so I don't have to wear this shoe all the time and subject it to extremely hard wear. Now the holes for stitching vary based on where they are at the shoe. For example, behind the ball area, the curve of the shoe will hide certain holes, so she uses the awl to poke them. Elsewhere, she will use a stitch marker, also called a fudge wheel. No, not like that. Like this. Really, it rolls along and marks the stitches, so you ensure they're even and consistent. Usually Amara does 8 to 10 stitches per inch. I asked her if she could do 12 because I was going for this old school aesthetic where they had a higher stitch tendency and finer, smaller stitches. Obviously, extra work increases the price, and some shoemakers charge more, others don't. Just talk to your shoemaker and see where they're at in terms of stitches and stitch density. Now, before the stitching can begin, the outsole has to be attached to the shoe. Of course, Amara returns to the vent hood as to not inhale all the glue fumes. She also uses a hand roller to make sure there's no air and everything is properly adhered. She pays particular attention to the waist area because you don't want anything to come undone and look unsightly. She also used pliers to pinch the edges tight, which I thought was interesting. Once everything is glued on, she then cuts off the excess leather with that 5-in-1 machine that she has. Of course, that's just a start. She then more finely refines it by hand. Then the sides and bottoms are wetted again for malleability and softness, otherwise it's much harder to get the needle through. Water is a shoemaker's friend. Now finally, time to stitch. This is the time when you see sometimes the shoemaker sitting there with 2 threads, long and wide. To mark the stitches, Amara uses the fudge wheel, and to make it more efficient, she heats it up so you can really see the marks. She also lays in stitch markers, and then makes slits for stitches for the invisible stitches. She wets them again before opening the channels and then cutting in a groove. She uses her awl to double check where everything will come out and that it will work. With a thimble to protect her finger, Amara begins the stitching. I think you were there for all this, Chris, right? For stitching, Amara uses a synthetic thread that she waxes. Other people also use a hemp or a linen. She has found it's less expensive and more durable. I'm sure other shoemakers have their own thinking on this. For me as a customer, I just wanted to go with something that she was happy with because I don't have strong feelings one way or the other. If it's more durable though, that's a good thing. When stitching, the awl is used to pierce the holes so it's easier for the needle to go through. And the holes also serve as a guide to where the stitch is going to go. It also ensures that everything looks proportional and neat. To ensure a tight and secure stitch, everything is tightened after each stitch and not just continued. Amara also continuously applies water to keep everything soft and malleable.
It's annoying because the moisture level has to be kept constant or similar. But then this leather apparently gets water stains, which is a nightmare.
Frankly, hand stitching is really hard on a shoemaker's body, and it's a long, tedious process.
When I was in London, I was visiting this Japanese shoemaker, and he was about to stitch some soles, and he was really a quiet, gentle man. And I asked, how is he feeling? Does he feel like, is he ready? He's like, no, I don't feel good about this at all. And I was like, oh, really? They look so beautiful. He's like, yeah, but I don't feel good about this at all. And I was like, oh, really? Why don't you feel good? He's like, sole stitching. It's not fun. Really not fun. And I said, why don't you like it? And he's like, it's so slow. So slow.
Especially at this stitch density, I think it may have driven Amara a little crazy.
Hey there, 12 stitches per inch. Looking fine. Blowing my mind. Oh my God, Chris. Oh my God. It's so bad. Serenity now, serenity now. Serenity now, but insanity later.
Serenity now. Insanity later.
Now all that work is tough on a needle too.
What happened is that the needle split. So I have to fix it.
She sharpened the needle with a sandpaper. Finally, when she's done with all the stitching, she uses the hammer to seal that side-in cut so everything looks neat from the bottom. Then finally, the excess thread is cut off and it's completed. But wow, the sewing took about 3 hours. But the results speak for themselves. Now, with the outsoles attached, the sewing done, the shoe looks almost complete. But in our next video, you'll see how the heel is built and how the shoe sole is shaped. Welcome back to the Gentleman's Gazette and our series on bespoke shoes. If you're just joining mid-series, you can find the rest of the videos here. Today's video is all about building heels and shaping the soles, which doesn't sound sexy at all, but actually heel building is one of the most fascinating parts of bespoke shoemaking. Why is that? Well, we don't just use a heel block, but it's actually built layer by layer, and this heel in particular is special, and you'll see why in this video. In our last installment, you could see how the outsole was added, cut to shape, and wooden pegs were added in a heel area. When you go to your cobbler or even at shoe factories, typically the heel comes pre-made as a block. Sometimes it's made of all leather, leather fiber, or some kind of leather product. In bespoke shoes, the heel is typically not just stacked layer by layer out of high quality leather, but it's also shaped in a much more elegant way. So, for example, it's tapered a little bit. Sometimes that's also called a Cuban heel, depending on how far in you go. A more extreme version you can see, for example, in cowboy boots. Most people in the street will never notice the heel, while bespoke shoe aficionados really can recognize and see a lot in the heel. Why is that?
And it makes a big difference, but usually you can't quite figure out what it is about the shoe, but frequently it's the shape of the heel that really just makes it look great.
I've also had slippers that used a wooden heel, but leather is better because it dampens it, the sound is nicer when you walk, and it's just a traditional material of choice for heel building. St. Paul shoemaker Amara Hark Weber specially treats her leather before she starts building the heel. First, they're pre-cut into a rough shape. The quality of the leather is pretty much outsole leather, and you can also see that reflected in the thickness. Once the heels are pre-cut into a rough shape, they are sanded to break down the surface, which increases the glue adhesion capability. In order for the leather to be malleable, Amara wrapped them in damp newspaper for about 48 hours. That way, the leather is not completely soaking wet, which wouldn't be ideal, but it's also not dry and a lot more flexible than in a dry state. So obviously it increases the pliability and the flexibility, but it also helps leather to remember the shape of the final heel better.
It's amazing how this, all of these leathers that are fairly stiff really become malleable when they're wet.
This process can be done by machine or by hand, and Amara Hark Weber did it by hand. Probably 99.999% of all men's dress shoes have the typical crescent moon shaped heel. Now, this was a bespoke shoe, and so I talked to Amara and was like, wouldn't it be cool if we copied the design of the faux toe cap with that point also to the heel to create somewhat of a consistent detail that is unusual. At first glance, it may not look like they're the identical shapes because on the toe cap, the leather and the last is just a little different. But in fact, these were the exact same patterns. When handling the heel leather, I was surprised how malleable and pliable it had become, even though it wasn't fully immersed in water. But it was even more surprising to see how hard it dried later on. If you haven't noticed yet, a bespoke shoe project comes with lots of decisions. So for the heel, you have to decide if you want a rubber cap, no rubber cap, if you want decorative nails, or maybe a little metal plate, or maybe a triangle that keeps the heel from wearing quickly. Most men's dress shoes out there have the black rubber cap set at a diagonal. It helps to maybe cushion your spine a little bit when you walk, and it also prevents the heel from wearing prematurely. For bespoke shoe, they come in different colors, especially something like brown, so it's not so obvious that there's a non-leather element in your heel. Frankly, in most cases, it makes sense to have that rubber cap because your heel will last longer and you'll have to repair it less often. Of course, I, in my infinite wisdom, wanted to do something special and opted against one for this pair of shoes because I thought I already have so many other shoes, I don't wear them a lot, and it's not that big of a deal. Turns out I was wrong, and I'm bringing those shoes back to Amara to add a rubber piece back on. It's a little bit of work, but I'll also have her work on another pair of shoes. Honestly, it will be an interesting project and different than this one. So stay tuned. Before building the heel, it has to be positioned in the right way. Some makers position the heel outwardly and then shape it down. Amara prefers to do it in a different way. The location of the heel is also known as the heel rest, and Amara likes that there is a smooth transition from the heel cap into that heel rest. Because of that, she uses a pencil to mark the start and the end of the heel rest. Then she places the first layer of heel leather called a rand and traces its outline. She breaks the surface with a sandpaper because there's a smooth finish that she wants to get rid of, so the glue adheres better. The special glue she uses here is called Hirschkleber, and it's non-toxic and dries really hard. It's also fun to say, Hirschkleber, der berühmte Haller Lederkleber. Ja, it means as much as buck glue, hence the logo. Once the rand is glued on, Amara presses it firmly into place, assuring that it's exactly where she wants it to be. That's why she traced the lines. The next step is the layering of the heels. And to do so, Amara uses wooden pegs instead of nails, because the advantage of pegs is that you can even hammer them in on top of each other without creating any issues, whereas metal nails, you can't do that. And no, you can't just hammer the peg in. First, you have to use a pegging awl, and then you hammer in the peg. Where the pegs go may seem random, but there's a strategic method behind it. Basically, Amara wants to achieve a very secure fit, and that starts with the first peg. You can see Amara even cutting down the heel a little bit so the peg most closely follows the edge.
You want the pegs as close to the outside as you can get them, but you can't have them showing.
During this step, Amara cut herself. She was like, no worries, it's just part of being a shoemaker.
When you start talking to shoemakers about their wounds, it gets like really grisly, really fast. People take a perverse pride sometimes in
battle scars, and this job is no different.
Once all the pegs are in, Amara uses a special hammer to ensure the layer is fully flat and adhered the way it should be. And again, Amara sands down the rand to make sure it's ready for the next layer and the glue can adhere here too. You can also see Amara using a pin hammer to flatten and neaten the edges of that layer. Because earlier I wanted this really pronounced fiddleback which she had built up, and then we also went for the pointy shape where the fiddleback would meet. The outside layer of the heel would be thicker than the inside, which will result in a really nice fan pattern down the line. Frankly, I've never seen this done before, and it's certainly not something you'll encounter every day. As you can imagine, she has to check many times to ensure everything is flat the way it should be. Once she gets there, she uses the next layer and uses it in the same way as the rand. It is first shaped, then glued into place, and then auled and pegged. Mara is really careful to keep everything properly aligned, because if one line is out of whack, the following ones will be too. And then of course the second layer is flattened and treated and neatened in preparation for the third layer. The third layer is applied in the exact same way as the second layer, but since shoes come in pairs, Mara constantly compares the heels between the shoes, because if you have uneven heels, you will walk unevenly. Also for the fourth and penultimate layer, Amara wants everything to be super flat. The difference with this layer is that the pegs she uses are quite a bit longer because they go through more layers of leather. The extra length of the peg gives each peg more grip, so you can have fewer pegs at this stage. Now for the fifth and final layer of leather, Amara put them on and looked at it from all angles because she wants the shoe to stand in a certain way. She also account for the effect of all the layers above and how the final product will look like.
That's a sassy heel. That is a sassy heel.
I assume that's a good thing. Mara now uses the grinder to thin out and smooth the previous layer. In this case, she reduced the height to make sure she has the desired height after the final layer is added. Basically, she wants there to be 1 millimeter of space on the heel breast, which is the front of the heel, when you don't stand on the shoe. Once I stand in them, it will perfectly flatten out.
I need to make both of these heels the same heel height. I want there to be just like 1 millimeter of space at the heel breast, and I want it to be even on both ones. And I can see right now that there's a little bit, it's a little uneven.
Amara proceeds to go back and forth from the grinder, ensuring that she gets it just right without taking off too much.
Oh man, building heels is hard. That's one thing like building heels is hard for me. I don't know why. It's just so much back and forth.
When she's satisfied with the height of the previous layers, she traces the fifth layer. After achieving her desired shape, she now adds nails to the heel block. They serve as a bridge between the block and the last layer. She also doesn't hammer the nails all the way down, so they can be cut off and become invisible once the final layer of leather is there. And then, once again, she applies the glue, adds the leather, shapes it to perfection, hammers it on there. During this somewhat longer process, Chris, our cameraman, got distracted by Amara's dog, Elvis. Now that all 5 layers of heel leathers are built, Amara puts the shoes under a press, which she likes to call the smoosher. As you can see, the shoes are pressed down in the vamp area to keep the shoe in place, and then also pressed down in the heel area to really compact that heel. Of course, the uppers are protected as to not leave any marks or nicks in the upper leather. The shoes are left to dry in the press for about 15 minutes. After the heels have fully dried, it is now time to shape the heel, waist, and fore. First, the inner part of the heel is shaped and evened out. Amara uses very special knives, like this rounded head knife and a rasp. She also uses various kinds of sandpapers and glass, all in pursuit to create a smooth surface that looks the part. Also, any excess leather on the outside is now being cut away. I mean, just look at this, how the fiddleback waist center line aligns with the center point of the heel and that flare fan pattern. Not something you see elsewhere. But hold on for a second, we're not done yet. Now Amara will shape the waist and the fore, or in other words, the front of the shoe. But why is she doing that?
So now we're going to shape a little bit more in the fore before we move back to the heel, because I want to make sure that things are proportionate to each other and that the heel doesn't somehow end up smaller than the waist, or every time that we change one aspect, then it changes the proportions of everything. So we're going to work a little bit back and forth, but yeah, the next step will be to move into the waist area.
At this stage, Amara will go back and forth between both shoes to ensure they will match in the final look and result. Amara allowed the heels to dry overnight, so she really knows what the final product looks like. In this case, my pair of shoes looked somewhat high up or floating because the middle area was higher than the front. Amara did this intentionally because it helps a wider foot get into a smaller area and it's not necessarily visible outright. Don't worry, I won't look like a ghost floating above ground while wearing those shoes. Now at this stage, the lines were a little straight, and Amara was ready to cut everything at an angle. And as it was a bespoke shoe, I could be part in determining this angle. As the dried heel leather is now very tough, Amara had to work with really sharp knives and be really careful so she wouldn't cut herself again. After she got the angle exactly right, it was time to finish up the area again. Again, she used special knives, sandpaper, and a rasp. In the end, everything looked smooth and elegant, but to ensure that the angles are the exact same on the different shoes, she used some cardboard to help her with that. It's basically a cardboard guide. Next, she used an edge trimmer to slightly bevel the bottom layer so there's no harsh corner. You might notice lots of terms are being thrown around here. Not all are industry terms. For example, smoosher is something Amara just came up with, but I think it should definitely be an industry term. During the entire process of shaping the heel, Amara repeatedly puts the shoe back on a flat stone to ensure she gets the balance and the height and everything just right. She checks the shoe individually, but also the two shoes in relation to each other. As you can see, she used a pencil to freehand draw a little line on the heel about 1 millimeter in, and she didn't use a compass because she felt like freehand she could more accurately be in line with the natural shape of the heel. But once she had that line there, she used a grinder to basically grind things down. Now, since I was present when all this happened, I could give real-time feedback. We went back and forth and discussed it. She told me what was possible and what wasn't, and ultimately we decided to increase the height by 3 millimeters. That's about 1/8 of an inch. Now, when you change the heel height, you also have to make sure that you're not impacting things like the toe spring too much. And as a professional, she, of course, understood everything in that process. As a skilled shoemaker, she really helps me to find the aesthetics I want without sacrificing the comfort. In order to get those additional 3 millimeters, we needed to add a rand. So in order to get there, the final layer has to be taken off. Nails that were already in were just cut off, everything was smoothed. Again, the surface of the last rand is roughened up, blow dried to help with the glue and allow for the breaking or the sanding so the glue can once again adhere well. So then the new rand is glued on, the new rand is pegged, and everything is smoothed down with a grinder. And then of course we have to check for the proper height, because the only reason we're doing this step is because I wanted 3 more millimeters. So it's time to add the last extra layer of the heel. The area is blow dried, roughened, attached with glue, hammered to attached formed heel, and sanded to shape. Just like before, various tools are used to achieve the final result. The exterior of the leather is trimmed and cut, and Amara shapes the heel with a grinder, rasps, scrapers, awls, sandpaper, and glass. She even uses elk bones. Why that? Well, the texture of the bone and the friction against it helps provide a nice finish. Apparently, the bone structure impacts the leather fiber in a certain way.
You'll see once the bone runs over this finished leather, it really brightens up. It really almost starts to sparkle. And so especially in the areas of the heel breast in here, it's hard to get sandpaper in there.
As you can see, it's all about the right finish, shape, and gloss.
It takes a lot of effort to make things look effortless.
With modern means of communication, it's very easy for shoemakers, even if you're not there, keep you updated about the status of where they're at. And more importantly, if decisions have to be made. For example, when Amara was working on the stain for the heel, she could send me pictures just so I would get an idea of what the final result might look like. The other thing I noticed, oftentimes water is involved quite a bit because using it helps to reduce dust while working on the shoe. It also makes it easier to shape the heel leather because it's softer. Last but not least, it also helps the leather fibers expand and it improves compression. The top of the heels were straightened with a special kind of file also known as Ran file. Frankly, it may seem like the heel is done, but there is extensive sanding, glassing, and rasping going on back and forth to get the desired outcome. Once it seems like everything is in its desired shape, Amara lets the shoe sit for 24 hours. To compare the finishes, Amara glassed one side and sanded the other to see the difference. I felt the glasso looked beautiful, and so everything would be glassed eventually. You can see a lot goes into it, but we're not done, so stay tuned for our next installment where the finishing touches like wax are applied to get that final end result. Welcome back to the Gentleman's Gazette and our Bespoke Shoe series, where we show you how Amara Hark Weber makes a pair of custom shoes from start to finish. You can find all the videos of the playlist here. This is the final video of the shoemaking process, and then we can see how they fit and what we do in the try-on stage. Today's video is all about the little gritty details that make bespoke shoes so unique. It's about dyeing the sole edges, waxing the soles, hammering in the last little nails, and so forth. In one word, it's all about finishing, and how you finish a shoe makes a unique difference.
Everyone is really self-conscious about their finishing because it's like a zillion ways of doing it, and you know, I've tried to learn all of these different ways, thinking like there's one way that's better. There's not.
So to kick off the finishing process, Amara smooths and glasses the shoe. Leather is glassed before applying dyes because it opens up the leather fibers so they take the dye better. It also helps to scrape away a thin layer, thus making it smoother all around. Bones such as elk bones are also used in the process to really create a more dense leather surface and create a certain sheen that is desirable. Of course, you can also add water and burnish, which is the process of applying heat, friction, and pressure to get a darker area. Once the surfaces are prepped, we're ready to dye the leather edges. Basically, that's the heel and the sole edges. Bespoke shoemaker Amara Hark Weber uses an alcohol-based pigment dye. There are also water-based ones and oil-based ones, and your shoemaker may choose whatever they prefer. Amara prefers to use alcohol dyes because they have a strong adherence to the leather from the pigment. It also dries quickly and evenly because, as you know, alcohol evaporates much faster than water. Moreover, the color intensity is not affected by water, which is why she really loves it. Now, can you mix a different type of alcohol, water, and oil-based stains? I don't think so.
For me, it's like a system, so either it has to be alcohol-based or water-based or oil-based, because if you cross them, then you get irregular results.
Before trying it on a live shoe, Amara uses a scrap piece of leather.
Yeah, there's two tones. One is a little bit darker than the other.
Amara has different dyes, and she can mix them up too to get different shades. You can also add a bit of alcohol to change the color. When she applies it on a scrap piece, you have to actually let it fully dry before you see the real color. Because while still wet, they may seem darker than they actually are.
This is one. And this is one with 2 layers.
And this is, what's on the edge here?
That's just like a less amount.
Now in this case, I could choose something that would work well with the dark burgundy brownish upper leather. I wanted something that was a bit darker, but I didn't want it to be too dark. So it's always easier to make something darker. It's not so easy to make something lighter. So when in doubt, always start lighter and then go gradually darker. Amara uses a brush to carefully and evenly spread the dye on the heel while preventing any forms of drips. This process can also be done with a cotton ball, but at this stage a brush is quicker as it covers more surfaces more quickly. Subsequently, Amara dyes the edges and then the welt. Notice how even the dye is, and you can even admire the fine welt stitching. Subsequently, they're put in front of a fan, or maybe a heat gun can be used to dry it more quickly. She first tests the dryness level with her finger and then uses a bone. Basically, she's burnishing the leather and removing excess moisture that way. Also, everything will get smoother. Now, before a layer of wax is applied, she sands everything again just to make sure everything is truly smooth.
So if that surface isn't perfectly smooth, then the shine is not going to be reflected in an even manner.
Now, before applying the wax to the sanded areas, Amara hammers in all her nails because sometimes the hammering in of the nails can cause the wax layer to crack. So by hammering the nails before you apply the wax, you don't run that risk. The nails or tacks that are being used have both functional and aesthetic value. Shiny brass nails with a T-shaped head definitely draw more attention. Smaller heads, on the other hand, look finer and more elegant to me. It took Amara a while to find genuine brass tacks without any head that are very fine and elegant. They actually come from Slovenia.
And it's so magical to open a box of these glittering, beautiful nails. I don't know why, these brass tacks are just so extremely lovely to me. Well, because they're glittery. I mean, who doesn't love shiny, glittery stuff?
These tacks are also cone-shaped, and some shoemakers may prefer the traditional T-shape of a nail. You can discuss with the shoemaker what works best for you. I definitely was all for the finer cone-shaped tacks. To make sure the tack ends up in the right spot, Amara uses a compass-like tool. It helps her with spacing, so the nails are the same distance from each other, but also from the edge. Originally, I would have been okay without any nails, but Amara was encouraging, and so we got this kind of horseshoe shape and some accentuating nails in the corners and around the tip. Of course, I could have also asked her to become creative and maybe put an initial in there or whatnot. But considering I'm going to have a rubber piece edit, I'm glad we didn't go to all that extra work. Amara marks where a hole is going to go, uses an awl, and then hammers in the tacks. Amara is very particular of where she puts nails because she definitely doesn't want them to work their way through the sole. Frankly, I don't want nails in my feet either. To ensure overall smoothness, Amara grinds everything down by machine before a layer of dye is applied. Each layer of dye, the dye penetrates less, which is a good sign because it means we're inundating the leather with the dye. This also means that the leather basically becomes sealed up. Once one shoe is done, she can move on to the other while the first one is drying. Now that the leather is dyed and the decorative nails are hammered in, it's time to apply wax. Now, not all waxes are alike, and you want the right wax for the shoe to ensure the right color, shine, and reflection comes through. For example, a clear wax shows the unobstructed original dye color, but it's typically prone to cracklings. Therefore, Amara typically chooses a wax that is similar to the original dye color, so the two harmonize well together. For this shoe, two types of waxes were used for finishing and sealing the edges. The first one is called Yankee wax. It has more pigments and is used to establish the base color. And with a name like that, it is of course from, you guessed it, Germany. Yeah, believe it or not. The next one is called Columbus wax. It has fewer pigments and is shinier. Can you guess where it's from? No, not Ohio, but Japan. Slovenian tacks, German and Japanese waxes, English and Italian leather, all made in the US. You can see globalization is alive and well even in bespoke shoemaking. Before Amara applies wax in the welt area, she uses a special tool which is chisel-like and helps to accentuate the stitches on the welt. This is really just done for visual appeal. Now again, one final light sanding, a bit of burnishing, and now we're ready to wax.
We're putting on wax, and that wax is going to melt into and seal the shoes, as well as give shine, some pretty shine.
Amara warms the wax with an alcohol lamp.
Honestly, you can use a heat gun. It's less beautiful and dramatic, but just as functional.
I concur. Amara applies the wax with a hammer-shaped iron. There are other ways to apply it, including using a machine, but Amara prefers this way. The hammer tool has to be heated up to the exact right temperature. If it's too hot in temperature, the wax will just burn off. If it's too cold, the wax will be useless. Of course, she tests the right temperature with her finger. Here you can see her apply more pigmented Yankee wax to the heel in rubbing motions. Some shoemakers press the iron directly into the wax to heat and apply it that way. That method doesn't work for Amara though. Instead, she follows the Goldilocks principle, which means not too much, not too little, just the right amount. The iron is then rubbed over the wax to be applied to the heel. Everything is evenly heated and distributed that way. This helps to, on the one hand, shape the soles, but also to keep the wax layers in place. Now the wax is burnished into the heel with a cloth. This ensures smoothness and a good shine. The Yankee wax layer is applied a second time, then ironed and burnished. And third time is the charm, applied in the same way again. Now, having 3 layers of wax not only ensures that the leather is protected, but it also gives this visual depth when you look at the shoe. If there are any minor blemishes, Amara tries to touch them up. Here she just uses some dye with a fine brush. Having finished with the Yankee wax on the heel, Amara then applies the Yankee wax to the rest of the sole leather in pretty much the same process, except that she uses different tools for different portions. The iron shapes are slightly different. Ideally, the shape of the tool conforms with the edge that she is waxing. For example, here you can see the edger iron in action. Amara has a treasure trove of different tools. Some she got as a gift, others she bought, and sometimes she didn't even know what exactly they were for when she got them.
I have several boxes of tools, and at the time I didn't know what they were for. And so every little while I go through and find new treasures, and this was a treasure that I just found.
So after applying multiple layers of Yankee wax, it's time for the Columbus wax. Unlike the Yankee wax, Columbus wax doesn't have to be heated. It's just there to provide shine. Amara applies it directly to the edges in just a single layer because if you use too much of it, she says, it can crack. Amara polishes it with a cloth. And interestingly, she uses only natural fibers. Finally, the heels and edges are all finished. They're dyed, they're Yankee waxed, Columbus waxed, shiny in all their glory. I think Amara's happy too.
Shiny.
Are we done yet? Not quite. With the heels and edges finished, it's now sole time. On this shoe, it meant the nice fiddleback waist. Yes, you guessed it right. Amara first creates a template that separates the sole area from the waist area. I think it helped that I had sent her some images of sole finishes that I liked. She looked at the pictures and then applied lines onto the shoes. You can see how she's tracing everything and how she compares the template to what she traced. Here you can see her tracing directly onto the sole, a comparison of the template with the actual sole. The template helps her to give her the lines where she has to apply the dye. Of course, first, the sole waist has to be glassed to make everything smooth and receptive for the dye. She also creates distinct dividing lines that are scored into the leather, so there's a clear dividing line. Now it's clear where the waist ends and the sole starts. After selecting the proper width and slant of the paintbrush, it's time to apply the dye. As she's working, Amara realizes that she forgot a small step.
So I burnished this leather on the inside of the heel. I forgot to break it open. On the bottom part, the fibers are all loose and fuzzy. It's more absorbent.
Here Amara is able to compensate for this misstep. But in general, it's better to break the leather before dyeing it, so fibers can take up the dye more easily. I'm glad Amara is the kind of shoemaker who's very upfront and open about the mistakes, but then also has solutions in her repertoire to fix it. Once Amara is happy with the dye consistency, she cleans up any areas where there may have been some bleeding of the dye. Ultimately, what she wants is a sharp, clean line. First, everything is sanded, then glassed, then she uses a scraper to clean everything out around the heel area. The grinding machine is used to finish the edges. Amara uses a dye pen dipped into the dye color to create about a millimeter wide line around the edges of the soles and heels. Yes, 1 millimeter is really small. It's about 1/25 of an inch wide, but that small line really helps define the lines, and it makes a difference in the overall look. Last but not least, water is sprayed into the bottom of the sole, which is then massaged by hand, like Japanese Wagyu cows. This ensures a smooth and even texture of the leather. Again, I'll be walking on them, so I'm not too concerned about that part.
So fancy. That's what they pay the big bucks for. This is the secret.
I mean, who doesn't love a good massage? Before Amara works on the next shoe, she lets the first one dry. Then she spot checks again, maybe a little dye pen, and gets everything evened out the way she wants it to. Now, if you take a look at the color and the depth and the finish of the fiddleback waist, I asked Amara to emulate that of a violin, because a fiddle is a violin, and so I thought it was an ironic twist to have it colored in that same way. Obviously, as a very creative person, she tried different things, and I think she really succeeded in the finishing of the waist. You can also see her that she uses the elk bone once again to evenly distribute the dye in the leather and to smoothen everything out. Now on the waist you can also apply wax, but Amara waits with that until the shoe is completely dry. Why? Well, otherwise water can be trapped inside the leather, and it's never advantageous in organic material because it may mold or bacteria may grow or whatnot. And with that, we are finished with finishing. Now, the lasts have to come out, the shoes have to be tried on, and the shoe trees have to be made. With that being said, stay tuned for the next video. Welcome back to the Gentleman's Gazette and our series on bespoke shoes, where Amara Hark Weber makes one pair of men's shoes from start to finish by hand. You can find all the videos in our series here. Today, we're finally taking the shoes of the last, try them on, add additional padding, the sock liner, and basically make sure it fits the way it should. I can't very well put my feet into those shoes while the lasts are still in, so let's move them. To avoid any stress on the tongue or the vamp, first all the laces are removed. For this shoe, Amara used a split last, which means the last is comprised of multiple pieces that are screwed together. Because you can break down the last in smaller pieces, it is easier to remove from the shoe. Also, if you just have a one-piece last, you may stretch the leather in unwanted ways when removing it from the shoe. You can see Amara using a power drill to remove the screw. Now, even when you have a split last, it's still hard to actually pull it out. Remember, the leather uppers have been wetted, dried, hammered, and stuck onto the last in all kinds of ways, so no surprise, it takes a little work to remove the last from the shoe. To safely and efficiently remove the last, Amara uses a tool called last hook or last remover. It consists of a metal hook with a sharp tip attached to a rope with a stirrup. The hook provides grip and the rope provides leverage. The metal hook attaches to the last. Amara puts her foot through the stirrup so she can use her body weight to pull the last out. Once the first piece of the last is out, the next portion is unscrewed and we repeat the procedure. Because it is tightly wedged into the toe area, it gives Amara a hard time coming out. She has to wiggle it closer to the opening by hand, then pull it out with a last remover.
Oh, it's gonna come. I might not want to, but I've got no choice.
But she gets it out. There we go. Whew.
There we go.
With the last removed, for the first time, we can see the inside of the shoe. Now that the last has come out, it's time to sand off the pegs. Yep, you heard right. There's some exposed pegs that would be somewhat uncomfortable in the shoe when you actually walk in them. Furthermore, I'm not a pirate, so I don't like walking around on wooden pegs. No! Amara uses sandpaper to smooth out the surface and get rid of any pegs that protrude into the footbed.
This is why it's good to have small hands.
Funnily enough, my Brazilian grandfather used to have a cobbler shop, and when my dad was little, he had to help him go inside the shoe to feel if there were any nails, and his small hands were the desired tool for that. Yes, my last name is Schneider, which means tailor, yet my grandfather was a cobbler. There you have it. Next, Amara uses a decorative wheel. It's a scroll wheel that goes over the perimeter of the sole. Really, it's really decorative. It's usually heated to brand a repeating pattern that is consistent onto the sole. Some shoemakers even have a signature pattern that identifies their work. Amara has a mixed feeling about the decorating wheel.
Decorative wheels, when used well, are super beautiful. And there's no faster way that I have ruined the shoe at the last minute than using a hot decorative wheel. It's purely decorative. It is the last thing that I do. And so sometimes I use them if I'm feeling brave, and sometimes usually I don't. But I thought that on that particular line, I just thought that it just adds a slight texture. So I thought that it makes the transition a little bit softer.
Because of the associated risk with a scrolling wheel, if your shoemaker doesn't want to use it, don't push him. It's not that important, and you don't want to ruin the shoe at this stage. All right, time to try the shoes for the very first time. Of course, Amara puts some laces back in, and she puts down a towel so we don't scratch the soles. We still have to take photographs and video.
Just like, I find it very interesting to see what happens on people's faces and in their bodies when they try on shoes, like custom shoes for the first time.
Of course, I use a shoehorn, and I wear my typical over-the-calf dress socks, so it's exactly the same as what I would wear on a regular day. I immediately noticed the shoe felt very supportive, especially in that arch area. That indicates a good, tight fit. At first, the heel felt good while I was sitting. When I was standing on one foot, I felt it could be a little tighter. I definitely also felt some excess space in the vamp area. After the first moments, Amara felt the shoe and touched it to see what she thought of the fit. After all, different people have different levels of comfort, and what a shoemaker considers to be a good fit doesn't always match up with what the customer has in mind.
I had actually two pairs that I was building at the same time, and one was a pair for someone who was a speed skater, and so he was used to his feet being really snug inside a shoe. And the other person was a classical musician, and he liked a lot of room. And so as I was building both of ththese pairs of shoes, one I kept getting smaller and smaller with the fit models, and one got larger and larger with the fit models, to the point where I was like, what? I almost felt like I was losing my mind.
On my shoe, she's comparing the heel area to ensure a good grip. Toe box, vamp, ball of the foot, and so forth. Now, when you're new to Bespoke, you may think, well, it's made for me based on my measurements and my feet and my body. Won't it fit perfectly from the get-go? Unfortunately, not. Typically, your first bespoke garment or shoe or whatever is never perfect when it comes to fit. And that's the case here. I think Amara would have liked it to fit a little more closely, but I was prepared that it might not be 100%. And sometimes the shoemaker has to remake the shoe because it doesn't fit. That is just a risk of the process. I think there isn't a single bespoke shoemaker who had not to remake a pair of shoes because they didn't fit the first time around. Nevertheless, the fit of these shoes is tighter than other ready-to-wear shoes that I have. And I can definitely feel that it's not a regular factory-made shoe. To improve the fit even further, the shoemaker can play with a few things. One of them is the sock liner. Personally, I like it for decorative purposes, and many shoes, I would say even most men's dress shoes, come with a half sock liner. Personally, I don't like that because over time, the glue in the middle will come undone, and I can feel it when I stand in my shoe. Because of that, I like a full sock liner from the heel all the way down to the toe, covering the entire insole.
Okay, we have just enough for a sock liner, so it should be just perfect.
Obviously, I wasn't letting Amara get off the hook with just a simple sock liner, so I made it difficult and asked for a diamond pattern. After all, that was the theme of the shoe. Hey, we're going bespoke, so why not go bespoke all the way? Now, sometimes the sock liner can be backed with a piece of cork or some foam, depending on the wearer's choices or ideas of comfort when they walk. Remember, we already have cork underneath the insole, and over time as you walk and after you've broken the shoe in, it'll be more comfortable. But hey, if you want to achieve a certain fit at this stage, you have to resort to some methods to maybe reduce the volume or add volume. Of course, different materials are better suited to different things. For example, this foam fiber material is great for padding. It's great to fill in excess volume, but it doesn't provide support.
It's a little squishy.
Yeah.
So some people like it and some people don't care for it as much.
Cork, on the other hand, is more substantial, and you can use it to build up things on the inside. You can build up arch support or metatarsal support. You can also reduce the volume for a snugger fit inside the shoe. Over time, the pressure of your foot will mold both the cork and the foam fiber to your foot.
Yep, yeah, the shoe will really change with wear. It really, like that, my mom says that that's the last part of the making is wearing them, because it will really change to your motion as your motion and your weight.
Excess material in the wrong spot can be uncomfortable, painful, and damage the foot in the long term. That's the reason most shoemakers don't include it as part of the last. It allows for the padding to be carefully adjusted as needed, and nothing is set in stone.
Sometimes fittings, like the shoe goes on and it's just perfect, and sometimes it takes a fair amount of adjusting to get the shoe to the point where it meets my expectations and your expectations.
Now, foam and cork aside, the socks you wear also have a big impact on how the shoe fits. If you wear tennis socks or big, thick winter or hiking socks, or a fine pair of silk dress socks or cotton dress socks, you will definitely feel it in a bespoke shoe. Personally, I ensured to have a consistent sock thickness through the entire process. So what I wore when I was measured was the same kind of sock as when I was fitted in a trial shoe and for the final trial on shoe. So how do you actually make the sock liner? First of all, the last is being put back together. Obviously, you can make the sock liner always a little larger because you can always cut it down, but you can't add it back on if you cut it too small. Then Amara uses masking tape to get the pattern of the last. Then the outline is sketched, and the tape is removed and placed onto paper. The pattern is then cut out with a knife and subsequently used to make leather pieces for a sock liner. If you watch the series and it seems familiar to you, you're right. It should be. It's the exact same process that we utilized before in pattern making. Man, that seems like a lifetime ago. Of course, Amara is always paying great attention to detail. She cuts out the leather for the heel area, which can be seen through the mouth of the shoe. All the lining colors should match, of course, so she carefully makes sure that nothing is off. Amara then cuts the leather slightly wider than the footbed to ensure everything is overlapping properly and there are no gaps. At the same time, you don't want any bulk. Therefore, she places the sock liner inside the shoe to check if everything is the way she wants it to be. Once Amara is satisfied with the shape and the fit of the sock liner, she uses rubber cement to quickly adhere the sock liner into the shoe so I can test wear it and see how it feels like. And yes, it's just a thin layer of leather, but I could totally feel the difference. The toe was noticeably more snug, and Amara also felt like an improved fit in the heel. It improved the arch support, and there was no heel slippage. Yeah, barely any slippage even if the shoe was untied. That's ideal. The shoes definitely still felt stiff in a good supportive kind of way, but on the flip side, I also wish I had already broken them in.
It's incredible. I mean, it's really just this one layer of leather, but it makes a huge difference in the way it feels.
Now, my left shoe, I still had noticeable space around the vamp, and Amara wasn't super happy about that. I think at that point, Amara was considering even redoing the entire shoe. But personally, I was so grateful for all the time she put into this, and I didn't want her to go through the entire process again just to get me a shoe. I knew that it wouldn't be a perfect fit, and I also hope that my next pair of shoes will fit even better. So how do we improve the fit? Well, first Amara suggested to use maybe some cork from the ball forward in the left shoe to see how that would work and feel. Of course, a bespoke shoe, so you can add padding wherever you need it or want it or think it might help. And I really like that you could test it in real time. Of course, if you do a remote bespoke project, you can't really do that. Of course, for all that to happen, the sock liner had to come back out. Then the padding is adhered to the sock liner, again with rubber cement. Again, it's just that little tiny layer, but it feels like a world of difference. And once better than in the left shoe, I also wanted some extra padding on the right shoe, but it was not as thick as in the left shoe. I also noticed that the heel felt a little shallow. The other padding felt too thick and rigid in the heel cup. It felt like the shoe was a bit too tight, so I decided to give foam a try. I was also able to test out various thicknesses of foam to see what I liked the most. The thinner foam was skived down and added to the heel, and frankly, I could hardly notice it. Then we tried a thicker piece of foam that was also skived, and that was much more noticeable. It also created a feeling of snugness without feeling too tight. Once we nailed down all the padding that I wanted and the spots where we wanted and the thickness, it was time to assemble it all. The lighter padding was of course skived down so it's not bulky. Then it was rubber cemented into place. Interestingly, Amara applied the glue after the padding has been put into the shoe. Now, if she had applied the glue already outside of the shoe, there's a much higher risk of that glue getting in parts onto the inside lining where you don't want it. So that's the reason why she does it in this particular way. Next, the foam heel support is glued into place. Because it will show through the mouth of the shoe, Amara takes particular attention to detail to make sure this turquoise leather looks very nice. She carefully trims the edges, then she skives everything, and then she burns off the edge to ensure there are not any excess fibers standing out. Generally, the edges look really neat now. To top it all off, I thought, wouldn't it be cool to have this diamond pattern, which was the theme of the shoe, also reflected in the sock liner, an area where you could actually see it. Obviously, it's purely decorative, and having different layers of leather there may feel uncomfortable because you stand on it with your heel. But Amara really understood to layer it and skive it in a way so I can't feel that there is a diamond pattern underneath my heel. Of course, Amara mocks everything up. The first diamond is a bit too long and pointed, but the second one is perfect. Amara also took the time to position the diamond exactly in the right shape so it doesn't look off. Then the pattern is traced onto the sock liner and cut out, which then burns away to get that smooth, general neat edge. Of course, we didn't just use any leather, but the exact leather of the uppers, so it was this consistency throughout the shoe. Obviously, both the turquoise edges as well as the brown edges were skived, but then Amara took the diamond she had cut out of the turquoise sock liner and put it underneath the brown leather layer, backing it all up, skiving it, and it makes perfect sense. That way, you push up that brown leather with the exact same size and thickness of leather that was previously there, which creates a much smoother, flat surface. It fills in the void for comfort and consistency. Everything is roughed up and then rubber cemented together. Then, last but not least, all three layers are sewn together by machine. And then everything is hammered securely into place, as the heel is a high wear area in a shoe. Then the sock liners are inserted into the footbed, glue is applied, sock liners are in the shoes. Are we done yet? Not quite. Last but not least, Amara is waxing the openings. It's a fine layer of protection and it helps make the leather softer. Wax is applied to the edges and the openings of the lacings. Amara rubs even a little saliva into the wax and leather because it helps the tanning process. The enzymes in the saliva or urine just help in that whole thing. That's why back in the day, sometimes people would pee in their boots, put them on, so they would ensure a better fit. And of course, that's what we did next. Just kidding. And with that, we are finally done.
All right, your shoes are done.
Yeah!
Woo-hoo!
That's awesome.
Okay, getting into the shoe one final time. Yes, perfect.
That is the best sound to my ears anyways.
Music to my ears. So with that, the process is finally done. Now, if you've watched this series, you've seen how leather is transformed into a pair of handmade shoes. And all of this was just done by one person, Amara Hark Weber in St. Paul. Of course, when you have a bespoke shoe, you also want to make sure that it lasts as long as it can, and you want it to look as good as it can for as long as it can. In order to do that, you need a shoe tree. And for bespoke shoes, typically that is a last bespoke shoe tree. And if you want to learn more about that, stay tuned for our next video. And because I had a special letter for the shoes, I wanted a matching belt naturally, so Amara made me one. Welcome back to the Gentleman's Gazette and our series on bespoke shoes. Now in our last video, we finished with the shoemaking. So why have another video, you might wonder? When you invest all that time and money into a bespoke product, you also want it to last as long as possible and wear it in a way that makes it look most favorable. That means getting a matching belt made of the same leather as the shoes and having shoe trees made that are not just generic off the rack, but actually based on the last of the shoe, so you will enjoy your shoes for years to come without any unnecessary creasing. So once you have the pair of bespoke shoes, should you also go for a matching belt? In my opinion, if you can afford it and you have enough leather left over, you would be foolish not to get one. Of course, if your shoemaker is willing and able, or if you can take the leather to other craftsmen, you can have other items made out of the same leather, such as your wallet, your watch strap, a briefcase, a duffel bag, or anything else under the sun, really. Now, in case of Amara Hark Weber, she was totally willing and able to work on a belt for me. And I told her I wanted folded edges just like on our Fort Belvedere belts, and I wanted to be able to wear the belt with our Fort Belvedere buckle system. Of course, if I would have just asked her to make me a regular belt with a fixed buckle, she could have done that too. But I find one of the advantages of our Fort Belvedere belt system is that you can buy the belts and the buckles individually, and you can combine whatever belt or buckle you have with the buckles as long as they fit into the buckle. As we mentioned in a video on how to pair belts with shoes before, the idea is that you get a color that is as close to the shoes as possible, because often it's not possible. But you're in a unique position where it's possible to match it, and so it always looks better. Frankly, I believe anyone who can sew a bespoke shoe upper can also make a belt for you. Of course, you can specify things such as the broguing or maybe the lining color. Here, I didn't go for the same lining color as the shoes because I felt like you might see the turquoise here or there and it would clash with most outfits. So I chose a dark green, which is very similar to the Fort Belvedere green we use in our own belts. Because the leather had texture, I also didn't want any broguing on the belt. In such a tight space, I felt it would kind of be a visual overload. Unlike with the shoes, where I like the ratio between broguing and non-broguing areas. So how was the belt made? Well, first, Amara selected and prepared a length of leather that was left from shoemaking. She then skived the leather, layered it, and stitched it together. Obviously, that's not how a belt is made in a factory setting, but Amara is very flexible and capable. Everything that went into this belt is leather and thread, unlike many others. We did a video where we cut belts apart, including expensive ones, and you can see the results here. To emphasize the bespoke look of the belt, I wanted the tips to be pointed because that was a theme of the shoe, and I also had her use the diamond shape brogue hole for the holes for the pin. While doing that, I realized that buckling and unbuckling your belt is a lot easier with diamond-shaped openings rather than round holes. And because of that, going forward, all Fort Belvedere belts will have that same diamond-shaped hole. After all, isn't it nice to open and close a belt more easily? As you can see, I love learning and improving things, and I'm never just happy with the status quo. Of course, before punching the hole, we also talked about hole spacing and the number of holes, because ideally you want the pin to go through the center hole, because that's the most pleasing aesthetically. Of course, there is weight gain, you lose some, you gain some, so you need that flexibility and can't just have one hole. Even though if you think about it, it could be a real good way to maintain a certain clothes size. Because who wants to replace all their belts just because they gained or lost a few pounds? Obviously, if you have more holes on a ready-to-wear belt, you can sell them to a broader range of people. Now, for a bespoke belt, I know and foresee not to change in weight so dramatically, so I rather prefer a somewhat smaller spacing so I can adjust it to exactly the right comfortable tightness. Of course, punching holes with a diamond is more risky than with a round hole punch, because with a round hole punch, no matter what angle you hold it, it's always round. With a diamond, you have the points, and if it's not perfectly aligned to the edges of the belt, you may have to redo the entire belt. Because of that, Amara first marks the locations where she wants to punch the belt. Then she uses a press to indent the area. And then she hits it hard with a hammer to actually make the hole. Now it's time to take a ruler to check for accurate measurements. After all, you want the spacing to be even and not off. Also, you want the hole to be the same distance away from each edge. And as Amara is a stickler for details, you can see she's taking a pen now to color the inside of the belt hole so it doesn't look so unfinished. A little thing, but it definitely makes a difference, doesn't it? Since I already had belts from this belt system that fit me, I brought it with. She could measure, make the belt slightly longer at first, and then we could cut it down to size so it fit me perfectly. Because it's always easy to cut it shorter, but you can just add it back on. Because I wanted it to fit my Fort Belvedere buckles, it had to be 3 centimeters in width, not more. That's about 1 1/5 of an inch. Of course, it's not just the width of the belt, but also the thickness. At first, it seemed the belt was a little thick for the buckle. So, time for a hammer to compress the leather. After trying on the belt, I realized it was a little too long. So we're cutting it again, and now it fit perfectly. So again, while not essential for a bespoke shoe process, I think it's a really nice add-on, and I would always budget for it up front. Do I need a new belt because I don't have any others? Not really, but it's just nice to have for this kind of a bespoke project. Now that the belt is done, let's talk about shoe trees, which I think is more essential than a belt. Yes, you could just go online, buy a pair of shoe trees with the adjustable coils, and even go to maybe a cobbler to adjust it to your shoe to get roughly the same fit. But if you go all the way to do this bespoke project, why not get a bespoke last and have fun with it? Also, while most shoe trees for ready to wear have coils so they're flexible and fit more shoes in different widths, for a bespoke shoe tree, you can do a lasted shoe tree, which is just meant for this pair of shoe and won't work for others. A shoe tree really helps to maximize the life of your shoe because it helps it to dry in its original shape. And in general, ideally, you only wear one pair of shoes one day, give it a break for a day or two, and then wear it again at the earliest. If you continuously wear the same shoes over and over again, you wear them down much faster than if you had maybe a range of 3 pairs of shoes and wear them out evenly. As the name shoe tree implies, this is made out of wood, and there's plenty of different woods you can choose from. Oak is one option, but it's typically rather heavy. So when I travel, I prefer a lighter weight wood, such as poplar or limewood. Some people like cedar because it has aromatic properties to it. So if you have sweaty feet, cedar may be a nice option for you. Most factory ready-to-wear shoe trees are unfinished and just sanded. A lot of people say that allows for the moisture of the lining leather to be absorbed into the shoe tree. Now I found that a lot of bespoke shoe trees are finished. They're either waxed on the surface or lacquered, painted, and there's lots of other options. Also, if weight is a concern and you're into craftsmanship, you can have the front part of the shoe tree made hollow. Not only does it allow for faster drying, also because there's less wood in the shoe tree, you have less weight and a lighter travel set of shoe trees. When I talk about coil shoe trees, you have the very basic ones with kind of a long coil and a kind of wooden ball at the end. Those are the cheapest ones. Then you have the multi-piece shoe trees. Sometimes they adjust in the width in the front and also the middle and the length. Those are good. And then you have the lasted shoe trees, and then you have shoe trees that are hollowed, because obviously hollowing them out takes some time, especially if you do it by hand. St. Crispin, for example, has always been known for having these really nicely hollowed out shoe trees. Interestingly, Amara was not trying to copy the last herself, but there are companies that have machines where you can bring the original last and then it creates a copy of it. Then you have to sand it a little bit here and there, and you get a perfectly fitting shoe tree. And realistically, shoes will spend more time with the shoe trees in them than with your feet. Unless, of course, you sleep with them. In this case, Amara was working with an English company that's also used by her bespoke shoemakers, but she wasn't truly familiar with all of their processes. So ideally, they want you to send the shoes with not just the original lasts, so they can try it and try that the new shoe tree is actually going to fit into the shoe. So at first, she just sent the original lasts to the company. And when the trees came back, they were not really fitting into the shoe. Also, I wanted lime wood, but they used the wood and made a green lime color on it, which I wasn't too fond of. Instead, I wanted a color that matched the lining of the shoes. Of course, I was purchasing this through Amara, and so she handled all the things back and forth and eventually decided to just give it a go on her own. So she took off the green paint and added the turquoise paint, all while kind of sanding and fitting the shoe tree to perfection. These days, she has her process all figured out, and I think that's the case with most bespoke shoemakers. Either it comes with the shoe and there's no option, or they give you an option to buy it, but you should always ask about it when you start a commission, because it can be a significant cost add-on to the shoe. We're talking anywhere from like $300 to $600, sometimes even more. Why so much? Well, again, it is a custom bespoke product. If you want everything hollowed out, maybe by hand, it takes a certain amount of time to do that, and it's all reflected in the price. Yes, I know that means you spend more money on your shoe tree than most people do on their shoes, but hey, that's an enthusiast for you. Because the shoe tree was made elsewhere, we don't have footage of that. Maybe that's something we can film another time. At the end of the day, it's made with a CNC machine or computer numerical controlled machine, and there's various places in the world where they specialize in shoe trees. Also, you don't just want an exact copy of the last, but you want the shoe tree to be slightly smaller in all dimensions all around, so it easily goes in and out of the shoe. Remember how difficult it was to get the last out of the shoe? Yes, you don't want that to happen every time you take out your shoe trees. Could I have opted for a coil shoe tree or a spring shoe tree and it would have been less expensive? Yes, but I felt like I didn't have any other shoes with a lasted shoe tree, so I just wanted to have that just so I could say I have one. I also wanted to have them engraved with Amara 1, so I always knew this pair of shoe trees was for that shoe, and if I have more shoes made in the future, I will always find the right shoe tray, just maybe visually or based on that engraving. I also had an option to choose the hardware. So I went with silver, both for the hinge, and on top, I always liked these vintage photos of shoe trees with that round brass element. So that's what I went for, because that way you can pull out the shoe on that, it supports you in that, and has this classic look. Because of all the shipping back and forth and the long delay, it definitely added some cost to the project, but I'm glad I did it. At the end of the day, I have a nice pair of shoes with shoe trees that will protect the shoes and ensure a long life. So with that being said, I'm now curious, how many lasted shoe trees do you have in your collection? Let us know in the comments.